gentlemen, Jim Law!
Richard Eric Rowlands!
Jimmy Van Ski!
It's the Duff man, Neil
Paul Hogan!
It's the Pac-Man, Adam Paxton!
Connor Scott! Thomas Banks! Marvin Van Velsen!
Steve West!
Derek Coulson!
So, this is it. It is happening. Champions Week is very much upon us here at the Modus Super Series. There's definitely going to be a new name on the trophy, and it may be the biggest week of somebody's starting career. Day one got us underway yesterday, and this is the best of the action.
He's on the 167. Oh, yeah, we love that. Maybe on a Monday morning they're just feeding each other out.
Travaili's tops, that's superb. Oh, that's absolutely magnificent.
He's looking to finish his day in the same way that Jimmy Van Ski did. Oh, what a shot from Marvin Van Velsen. This is to finish your day. Are you saving your best dart for last?
Miracle! Incredible! That the best of Monday here at the Live Lounge. Marvin Van Velsen leads Group A's Champions Week order of merit as we go into Tuesday here in Porto. And we're going to be watching all the action in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. First things first, let's talk about day one overall. It took a couple of games to get us going. A few nerves creeped in round one. But once the players settled, we saw some really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. The first couple of games did look a bit nervy, a few edgy shots on doubles. But when we got into match three, and particularly in round number 2, people started to show that higher level that we expect from a Champions Week, where people were more regularly averaging over 90. The doubles were starting to cooperate. We had a few wobbles along the way, but yesterday was very good.
Well, it's Marvin Van Velsen that leads the way following the first day's play. He won 4 out of 5 on Monday. What did he do so well yesterday in your eyes?
Started well, and he didn't have many wobbles yesterday. He had a really good level of focus. Now, in certain weeks that he's played here, he's had either a bad start or he's had a little bit too much energy at the beginning, and he hasn't been able to sustain it. I think he's starting to get the knack of how to navigate an entire week. And yesterday, it was just nose down, eyes down, let's get the job done. And when people were starting edgily, let's put it that way, he found a little bit more prominence, and he definitely made the most of it. I think it was a fair assumption that he was one of the best players yesterday.
On the other side of the coin, Connor Scott got off to a slow start, but then won his last 3 matches.
He'll probably be happier with 6 points than Marvin is with 8. Mm-hmm. It seems a weird thing to say, but when you lose your first couple of games and you still walk away with more wins than losses, that shows you exactly where Connor is right now. Lost 4-3 twice, came back, won the next 3, and today I am fully expecting him to have his tail up.
Well, Jimmy Van Ski had 3 wins to his day yesterday, but the dart of the day was most certainly that bullseye on the 1-3-2. What can he see of this dart as he goes for the bull?
Well, let's face facts. We know that that first dart at the bullseye, which has hit the 25, is in the way of a natural shot. But one thing he has is height, and he can see a lot more of that bullseye than you think. We can't necessarily illustrate it with our cameras, but that shot is a little easier than it looks. But don't let me take anything away from that shot. It was brilliant for 2 reasons. One, it wasn't a regulation bullseye, but the best thing about it, it was his last dart of the day, and he left this place with a huge smile.
Could say it's a champagne supernova. Well, we did have a poll on our Twitter site or X page, I don't know what they call it these days, as to what's the best bullseye finish we've seen here at the Super Series. Gave you a couple of options. As you can see down there, Andreas Harrison, the 1-2-1 to win the previous series against Cam Crabtree, won that poll. Look, with finishes like that, yes, a lot look good, but timing as well means so much, doesn't it?
Timing does mean everything. If you think about yesterday, and when Jimmy hit that bullseye, it's a great timed shot, because if you're going to hit your best shot of the day, sometimes the best time is to hit it with the last dart of the day. But how about the last dart of a series and the moment of Andreas hitting the 1-2-1 on the bullseye? It's magnified by the fact that he has to hit that. He must hit that, because if he doesn't, Cam Crabtree is going to hit that 8 shot. So it's not in the middle, but it is a fabulous open bullseye shot, which could have changed Andreas Harrison's career.
Well, it was a double on a bullseye that won Andreas Harrison the previous championship, but he is not here this time around. These are the players that are involved. This is how the table looks in Group A going into today's action. Marvin van Velsen, Connor Scott, June Van Schie, the top 3. Neil Duff, the other player, on 6 points. Will he feel relieved he's on 6 points perhaps at times yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. If you were to have a chat with Neil right now, I think he'd be happy with getting more wins than losses on the first day of Champions Week. But his overall level of performance was just a little bit too up and down. His up, when he averaged 100, that was really encouraging. But a lot of his other stuff, even though he won a couple more games, he's not going to be happy with somewhere in the region of an 84 for the day. He knows there's another gear to find, and he might need that today.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the odds compilers think about today's proceedings. Van Velzen and Scott both go off 15-8 co-favourites, but you like the look of Tom Sykes down at 7-1, don't you?
Very much so. I know that it was a very frustrating day for Tom yesterday, only picking up a couple of wins. But if you look at the schedule from yesterday compared to today, 7-1 doesn't make a great deal of sense for someone who has a better ceiling than most of the players in this group. And the biggest point is, yesterday he had the darts twice. Today he's got them 3 times. If he wins all of those games and really finds his best darts when he's against the throw, there's no reason why he can't go through the card.
We saw at times, particularly the maximum hitting, his scoring power being immense. Was it maybe timing at key moments that was just the off point for Tom yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you're in a game where you've hit 6 maximums, you think, I'm going to win this game 4-1, 4-0, and it wasn't that simple. And maybe if he can spread those maximums out a little bit more, instead of getting 60% of his maximums in one game, if he can, say, get 10 maximums again in a daily campaign and have 2 in every match, he's got a better likelihood of getting more points.
Well, he's warming up behind us against Marvin van Velzen. It's our first game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge Report. So how important is it for Marvin to get off to a good start?
I think it's important for him to make sure that he gets off on the right foot again, just like yesterday. But I suppose he's given himself this out of, even if I lose my first round match today, I'm still going to be in a very strong position. But the mental task is to make sure that you are as focused as yesterday and you're doing the same things and doing the right things at the right times.
Ready to go?
Absolutely.
Right, it's lights, camera, action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as Marvin van Velzen takes on Tom Sykes, and somebody's going to have to put 50p in the meter. Well, Paul Nicholson's going to make the race down to the commentary box where he's going to join Chris Murphy. Morning, Chris.
For a bright start today, Tom Sykes and Marvin van Velzen. Good morning, everybody. Ready for a second day of darting at Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. MVV taking on Tom Sykes, as Paul Nicholson rightly highlighted in that studio chat there. Tom Sykes was one of the best performers statistically yesterday, just did not get the results that standard merited. The 31-year-old from Castleford, Marvin van Velzen, did get the results and goes into day 2 top of the table. But the performance levels suggest that the pack could be shuffled on Tuesday on Champions Week. Sykes with a average for day 1 of 92. Only Connor Scott had more. Nobody hit more 180s than Sykes. He made Owen Binks call 10.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
And the referee gets the opening game underway. However, one little caveat, if Tom Sykes is going to reel in Marvin Van Velsen in the league table, and he probably has to beat him in this opening match, Paul.
Yeah, I think after yesterday, when Marvin beat Tom by 4 legs to 2,
85.
that almost sets the tone for game 1 on Tuesday, doesn't it? Because you want to get your own back immediately.
100.
And if he does, he joins the pack of 3 players on 6 points and makes Marvin just a little bit more uncomfortable. We have had a Dutch winner of a Group A in Champions Week before, and that was Jeroen Meek, who had won a week 12 and then came back Monday morning and over the next 3 days won Group A and had a couple of days off. But he didn't win the series.
That was a certain Luke Littler. Always wondered what became of him.
140.
But we do have a few players in this Champions Week lineup who may not be household names yet, and that could change come Saturday night.
131. Marvin require 150.
We've been raving about Sykes for a while, but it's not just about him. It's about other people and their mission.
57. Tommy requires 76.
This is a good start from Tom. But how is the doubling?
Game show.
That's exactly what we didn't get yesterday at the start. From the likes of Scott and Marvin
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw
and
first.
Banks
Game on.
and Duff. Everybody took a little bit of time to just find their range on the outer ring. And I get the feeling that if this group of players can improve on the 35-ish% that they had and maybe push that more towards the 40%, we're going to get something rather memorable today.
60.
It's interesting, just looking through the numbers from yesterday. Marvin Van Velsen had a high average of 93.06. Everybody else, apart from Thomas Banks, who didn't pick up a point, had an average of at least 98.
96.
You don't look surprised by that because this is Champions Week and we do expect people in form to perform when they're asked to, which is 5 times a day.
The surprise is that the player who hasn't done that is the one that won 4 out of 5 and is top of the table. Sometimes it's not just about who you play and how they play, but when you play them.
140.
I just asked Neil Duff about that. Looking for 96 to lead tops, and that's exactly what he gets. We've already got that swift rhythm from these two in this first game. In amongst the Super Series fog.
40.
Very atmospheric here for Tuesday morning.
Game shot on the second leg.
Levels up
Marvin Van Velsen.
the opening encounter. Van Velsen off the mark for Tuesday, having, as I mentioned, won 4 of his 5 yesterday.
Game on.
The one thing I was impressed the most about with Marvin on Monday is that he was able to temper this obvious passion he's got for the sport.
130.
And it was only in this fixture yesterday where he started to feel overpowered by the emotion and he needed to let something out.
57.
Just like Sykes, I think it's taken Van Velsen a bit of time to realise what this place is all about and how you pace yourself all week.
42.
Yeah, still no massive favourite for me to emerge as a Group A winner. All the players will be desperate to do it. Made the point yesterday, I'll make it again. Bradley Brooks, leg difference, stopped him from winning Group A in the last Champions Week and then didn't get through Group B.
55.
In fact, finished bottom of it. None of that I'd prefer to play every day. They'd all prefer to be through by Wednesday night.
Yeah, make no mistake. Anybody who says they want to play 5 days before Saturday,
134.
they're telling porkies. Or in the case of some people who don't like meat, they're telling veggies.
45.
But for me, the one biggest thing today that must improve for Sykes, it is the doubling. Just a shade over
139.
28% for the day yesterday. The amount of shots that he had, that wasn't the problem. It was the conversion rate. And things like this
51.
have simply just got to be taken with one visit.
Well, the start has been promising.
Game's
And
on
he's
the
now
third
2
leg.
from 2, so it
Tom
looks like he
Sykes.
is repairing that ratio. He's already
Preferred, it's
actually
Marvin to throw first.
usurped his high
Game
checkout
on.
from yesterday by 2. 74 was the high, 76 in the opening leg of this one. But the encouraging thing will be that 100% strike rate, Paul. You said it had to go in that visit, but how good would he feel that it went in one dart?
He was splitting too much yesterday.
93.
Splitting 8s to 4s to 2s. It sounds a lot easier
45.
to just sit here and say you have to improve it, but maybe he had to be on the practice board for maybe 30, 45 minutes last night, just
180.
polishing up a little bit on a couple of departments. That one didn't need any polishing yesterday. He was the best 180 hitter by 1 over Scott.
100.
But sometimes you just need to spend a little bit of extra time polishing things like double 8, like double top, like double 18,
98.
and make sure that you're going more for the primary doubles instead of the other stuff. This is a big visit. Huge visit.
180.
Because now it's maximum
130.
pressure on this 130.
Triple 20. Maybe just pushed it and
50.
rushed it a little bit.
Marvin required
Neither
36.
player's actually missed a dart double yet in the game. So odds on Van Velsen hits this. And he has
Game's
hit
on
it.
the fourth leg. Marvin Van Velsen.
He is protecting his throw with his life. 2 exceptional holds.
Prefer gets Tom to throw first.
And look at
Game
that.
on.
2-2 everywhere you look.
Well, they've certainly got their ducks in a row at the start of Tuesday morning.
134.
Tom Sykes still with the advantage of throw, but with a warning from Van Velsen. If you slip up, I'm going to be there to pounce.
134.
How often do we see a game of this quality in the first game of the day? Not often. Sometimes in round 1,
100.
people need a bit of time to feel out the day. There's less time to maneuver when it comes to Champions Week because everybody around you is a winner.
100.
As you can see, both players now averaging in 3 figures as well after 4.5 legs.
Is it fair for me to say,
131.
at a point of the game where they couldn't be split by anything, that Sykes has got the bigger ceiling?
I think it is, but we also did make the point that neither player did this yesterday.
125.
It wasn't a
Tommy Rack, 136.
Ton-topping average for either man, although Sykes did come closer.
112.
Dart number 3 was a little bit
132.
off, but that second one, my word, that was impressive.
And he's going to come back with 3 clear.
45.
At double 12, having
Tommy
not
Rack,
missed a double yet in the
124.
game. In fact, we haven't seen a single dart missed at double in this match until now. Don't miss all 3 at once, Tom.
18. Marvin Rack, 97.
If your opponent makes a mistake, you must be in position. Marvin is. In this match, he's needed 12 dart breaks.
57.
This time he just needed a 15 dart break,
6.
but he couldn't find it.
He needs the kind of dart he threw at the treble
Game's
20
on the
earlier on,
fifth
and he's
leg.
clattered it into the barrel
Tom Sykes.
and found the double bed, and no harm done in the end for Tom Sykes.
Sickberg gets Marvin to throw first. Game on.
I think it's fair to say that he would have lost that leg yesterday.
Was that a nervous cough from Marvin Van Velsen? I know another Dutchman who does that.
140.
I think sometimes before a visit begins, you've got to be 100% comfortable. And if you're not, you stand back
42.
and you take that little breather or a cough, whatever. It's going to be a very popular word that today, whatever.
95.
By the way, I'm very much
90.
a fan of the new away shirt for Sykes. I think it's better than the home shirt. I think at the minute what Tom is looking for, apart from places to play and new challenges and success, of course, he obviously wants to go one better this week than Series 6,
97.
where he lost to Taylor in the final. But I think he's searching for an identity as a dart player as well. And I don't think he should rush that. At the minute, just keep doing what you're doing. Playing well, staying focused, and being a hard worker.
95. I'm going to require 120.
Van Velsen's got a bit of time on his side now.
$83.
I don't think Sykes got it 100% right with the last visit. He really should have left it finish.
There's a little bit of carelessness, wasn't there, from 269, having hit a treble first dart. Van Velsen looking to hit a double first dart, which he's done every time he's gone for one, but that stops there. He doesn't do what Sykes did in the previous leg, gets it done in that visit, and forces a decider in which Sykes does have the darts. Every leg going
7th and final leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
So in the table, it's as you were, and obviously with all due respect to Marvin,
97.
Tom wants to win this game, and a lot of people in the practice room want Tom to win it as well.
Was that another little Oasis pun, that as you were?
96.
It wasn't on purpose.
Just roll with it, Paulie.
Well, I like a happy accident.
94.
Well, who is going to be getting early morning glory here?
55.
Van Velsen could get Paul Nicholson out of his seat.
60.
Everybody knows that I like a 350 in 6. He might just need to get it in 6 if he wants to win. But if Sykes loses from this position,
100.
he's going to feel like a bonehead.
I was going to have to utilise that again. He's so good at that. A dart low.
140.
Managed to get not just one, but two above it into the treble 20 bed. He's going to have the first go at a finish. Hasn't had a ton plus checkout yet this week. What a time it would be to hit one.
57.
Look at him in the background. He's like a hungry tiger. 51 for tops.
82.
Well, he didn't need to hit it at that point, but what, for me, he needed to do was at least leave a double. And he has done that. So to start the day,
46.
ideally,
Tom, you require
he's got something straight
28.
down the line, as Connor Scott would put it.
So to shake things up. 777.
14.
And Marvin Van
Marvin, you
Velsen's going to get an
require
opportunity here.
147.
This would be a big break.
He took it 144 to beat Sykes yesterday. This would be killer. He knew as soon as he let that go that was not going to
115.
register.
Tom, you require
Splitting.
14.
Or straight for it. Attacks. And wins.
Game shot at the
Success for
match.
Sykes.
Tom Sykes.
In the day 2 opener on this Champions Week. And it's a win that makes things very, very interesting in this group. It could be the win he looks back on as the one that kept him in contention, because he closes the gap between himself and Marvin Van Velsen to 2 points. It means there are just 2 points between 5 players in this group. Now Sykes, with an average just shy of 90, held his nerve and his throw in that deciding leg to pick up a victory against the league leader. Coming next, Thomas Banks, who hasn't got a win to his name yet. He takes on Connor Scott.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for Champions Week at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Tom Sykes got the better of Marvin van Velsen in a last leg decider, moving him on 6 points. It means the top 5 players in the group are just separated by the solitary win. And if Connor Scott here can get the better of Thomas Banks in the second game of the morning session, he will join van Velsen on 8 points, but will go top of the table due to his superior legs difference. For Banks, when he didn't win a game on day 1 at Champions Week, the 17-year-old will be hoping for an improved day 2, and realistically it's going to be Group B that will be the challenge for him over the next couple of days. Up against the bookmakers' favourite to win the week, Connor Scott. He was 3-1 with the odds compilers for a dart was thrown. He could go top of Group A with a win here. And in commentary is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, indeed, Thomas Banks looking for a different kind of day to the one that he had on Monday at Modus. Champions Week didn't start well for him.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game
But
on.
he takes on Connor Scott with the opportunity to put things right today. He's that type of player who can really just get his scoring
59.
going and go for little spells and surges, but he's playing the man who was favourite and still is favourite to win this group. And indeed, this week, Connor Scott did have the highest level of
46.
performance yesterday, and a win here would now see him move to the top of the table.
96.
It would, provisionally. But I think one of the most comical things about yesterday is that Connor, in his first game that he played in match 1 against Marvin van
45.
Velsen, had his worst average of the day of 86.18. He lost 4-3. He then had his best
100.
average of the day in the next game of 102.83 and still lost again. So it was the in-between stuff that got him the
139.
wins. So whether he played his worst game or his best game, that actually wasn't the right
85.
formula. But over the course of the day, he was the most consistent, in my opinion, statistically. But sometimes the stats can really tell you
129.
pokies.
161. $137. Connie, 142.
Going the 19th route. Now up for tops.
122.
Had a little chat with Connor this morning. He talked about how he does things differently.
Shot in the
That was
first leg.
different, but
Thomas Banks.
it wasn't effective in the end as Banks manages to bank the leg.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
And what we're seeing already today is the sharpness from the players from the off.
80.
And we know they all have the qualities to keep it going for 5 matches per player. But Connor does do things differently.
140.
He always has. He's kept us guessing when we first were introduced to him at our previous studio in Southampton. And since then, he's continued to evolve.
97.
I think even he would admit that he's still not the full ticket
60.
when it comes to being the player he wants to be. But I classified him yesterday as a sponge. You give him information, he will take it
60.
away, he will survey it, and wonder if it's something he can put in his arsenal.
97.
I can only imagine if Connor was a footballer and you were his coach and you wanted to mould him into a false
94.
9 or a winger or some sort of holding midfielder, and if that is exactly what he wanted to do, he would listen to every
57.
single word.
Connie, you require
Well, he's
170.
looking to score a worldie here. Not going to do it, so Banks bidding to break with the 147.
130. Thomas, you
He'll have to if he wants to win this leg, because Scott's set that up perfectly. Won this fixture 4-1 yesterday, could still do the same today.
40.
Second time he's missed tops low.
30.
A little
Thomas,
bit of
you
early
require
fragility
66.
on the outer ring, and Banks could expose it.
Game
And he
shot in the
does.
second leg. Thomas Banks.
He started his first game of the day the same way that Marvin and Tom
It's
Sykes
Thomas
have.
to throw
2 out of
first.
2 on the
Game
doubles. And look at that. Look at the enthusiasm from this young man. Can't wait to start throwing again.
43.
A little reminder that Connor Scott did lose his first 2 matches yesterday. Turned things around from then, but
140.
is he following in a similar fashion 24 hours later?
It's not the kind of habit you want to get into,
100.
because if you make Saturday night and you lose 2 games in a row, you're going to be out before the semi-finals.
36.
Very easy for us to say that maybe Connor isn't a morning person, but he won Group A,
96.
he won Group 1, and he won his week in typically textbook style just a few weeks back. And he did have a perfect day
137.
on the Tuesday when he won his week.
92.
There's no reason to panic, even if he does lose to Banks. But it would mean that Marvin would still be top of the
100.
table on 8 points.
107.
The leg difference between first and fifth, it's minimal. The only person who's not really under any pressure today is Banks.
88.
Interestingly, the way he's applied the pressure there, hitting the 140 to leave an awkward double. Maybe to make Connor think. He leaves an awkward double himself.
74.
Can't find it, and Banks will get a look at the
30.
30. Straight for it.
Goes the other side.
No score.
Seriously close
Vani
with darts 1 and
40.
3. And Scott, who's had a darted double at least in every leg, finally
on the
gets off the
third
mark.
leg. Connor Scott.
How key could that leg be? A celebration from Scott. Banks does see the funny
Connor to throw
side.
first. Game on.
Has been in fine form recently, Connor Scott. Emerged as the top dog in the Challenge Tour. That's after winning the pentathlon in the
97.
WDF as well. Of course, his weekly win here at the Super Series. What a little summer spell he's had.
59.
I think you can put Connor and Jimmy in a very similar bracket, doing the things that you've mentioned. Different tours,
95.
different successes, and one of the best compliments I can pay both Jimmy and Connor
94.
is versatility. And there's nothing you need more when you win the pentathlon than versatility.
59.
Probably one of the most versatile darters, Connor Scott. We've mentioned his thinking with the counting and the
94.
numbers. We've seen evidence of it in this match, but also the equipment, using that 3-finned flight that barely any other player uses. And there's
60.
thought behind it. It's not just, oh, I like the look of those with Connor Scott. You really just think it gives him an advantage.
It does. Because when he made his debut here in Portsmouth, he had a
98.
real flight problem. At that point, he wasn't sure what he needed to use. He's figured it out. And if I were him, I would make sure, because there's no guarantee.
158.
I mean, that is a leave, isn't it?
156.
Seriously. Who hits a 158 to leave 32?
36. Connie require 32.
You just did.
Game shot on the fourth.
And he hit the 32 as
Connor
well.
Scott.
Innovation from Connor Scott here at the Super Series.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
He's got me aghast. I've never seen that before.
96.
That is seriously impressive when it's hit. If he'd missed the board, I would have said it would look silly.
131.
My previous point was going to be, this is such a piece of equipment that he uses. Connor, that is.
58.
Make sure you've got a lot of these flights, just in case they decide not to make them anymore. I'm being serious. Because in the past, some players have adored something so
60.
much, and then it's not made anymore, and they can't get any more. Ryan Finesse has said in the past he can't get the
59.
barrels that he uses anymore. They don't make them anymore. So we had to go and scroll eBay for months. So do yourself a favour, get yourself a lifetime supply while you can.
125.
Well, he's turned this game totally on its head, Connor Scott, with some brilliance.
95.
Yeah, there were misses from Banks in leg 3, but Leg 4 was all about Connor.
59.
Portsmouth isn't that far away from where these guys are.
100.
They're from different
Connor
sides of the
require
M25 motorway, which is,
126.
if you're outside the UK, the busiest road in England, surrounding London. And in the centre of the board,
101.
he gets the
Thomas
thing
require
that surrounds
93.
the bull. Straight to the top.
73.
And that is something
Connor
he's got to put
requires
right this week. If
25.
he's going to go for tops a lot, he must go a little bit higher. He's been on double 10 too many times this week.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Connor
So
Scott.
from 2-0 behind, Scott now leads 3-2. And that provisional move to the top of the
It's
table
Connor to throw first.
is about to be made.
Game on.
If we may turn the clock back just a little further as well, if we go back around 12 months, Connor Scott
60.
almost won a Players' Championship title. He lost to Radek Sagansky in that final, which was one of the most
100.
open Players' Championship events ever seen. Even if he'd won that tournament and still lost his tour card, I don't know if that was a thing,
97.
in a year, he could have won a WDF event, a Challenge Tour event, a Players' Championship
57.
event, and an event at the Modus Super Series. I'm trying to think if anybody else has done that. Did Scott Williams?
good question.
180.
I'll let my cogs turn for a little and get back to you. But Connor
140.
is turning the screw in this one. A 180,
164.
followed by a 164, perhaps, possibly.
132.
Thomas has made one error in the last 4 legs, and that's missing tops
60.
to take the
Connor
3-2 lead.
require 32.
Apart from that, Connor Scott has dominated.
Game
And
shot
one.
and the match.
And that sees
Connor
Scott climb to the top of the table. Thomas Banks started the game well. He won the first couple of legs, but the sniper shot him down in the end. A 4-2 win for Connor Scott, in which he averaged 93. And there you can see the story of the stats in that game. About 9 points better off than Banks in the end. He did miss those opportunities in leg 3, and Scott went on to reel off 4 straight legs to make it 4 straight wins. Coming up next, Jimmy Van Ski faces Neil Duff.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who were around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? So on a 177 and a 180, he's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12. Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a new leader at the top of Group A, and that man is Connor Scott, courtesy of a 4-2 win against Thomas Banks before the break. Banks, who raced into a 2-0 lead in that contest before Scott reeled off 4 on the spin. Our final game from the first round's worth of fixtures sees Jimmy Van Schie and Neil Duff go toe-to-toe. Both players begin the day on 6 points. The winner will move on to 8. And in the commentary box for this one, it is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
That was a really, really nice recovery from Connor Scott, wasn't it? Winning that game against Thomas Banks with 4 consecutive legs. But now we turn our attention to the last 2 players in round number 1. Jimmy Van Schie, adorned in black and blue today, but he'll be hoping he's not black and blue through darting activity by the end of the day. He'd like to win more games than he loses to be in contention for the Group A winner spot at the end of Wednesday. But I suppose the first question of this game is, how long has Neil Duff played for Millwall?
61.
Just leave that hanging in the air. It's only a little bit of a joke, but it does look like a Millwall shirt. And he's going to have to fight his way towards the top of the table today, after yesterday, which was just a little bit up and down.
Yep, needs to earn his stripes 95. On Tuesday.
We've seen 60. Jimmy Van Schie play a lot here in 2024. We knew that when he won 4 qualifiers for ADC Europe, that we were going to see a lot of him. Now that he is a multiple weekly winner, just like Neil, what's his next step? The logical 96. Next step is to win a series and to keep pushing on to improve. Maybe to do some of the things that Neil has done, like becoming a world number 1 in the WDF system. It's not necessarily out of the reach of Jimmy Van Schie, because he's a multiple-time WDF ranking winner as well.
Yeah, Neil's been in and out of that position, hasn't he?
140.
On the WDF World Rankings since winning that world title a couple of years ago.
80. Neil, you require 42.
That last dart has made his potential next shot even worse. However, somewhat unconventionally, Neil has now decided to bust it. That's an interesting play.
Yeah, 42. Currently 4th in the world rankings, by the way. It's another Dutchman that's top of it, Wesley Plazier, who performed excellently when he was here, but didn't make it to Champions Week. Double 16 for Duff. Becomes double 8.
Game shot on the first
the leg in the ledger.
Neil Duff. Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
The only thing missing from the CV of Neil Duff when it comes to this place is winning a series. He's won everything else.
140.
Apart from the fact he didn't play in Women's Week. But he's played in everything else.
100.
And I don't think it sits right with him that he isn't a series winner yet. And maybe the words of Duff this week will enlighten us as to how much. And it's easy to say that he wants it, but I'm going to use another word. How much he needs it.
100.
Yeah, looking to tick something else off his darting bucket list. There won't be PDC titles for
77.
Neil Duff. That's not something that he is attached to. But he wants his name on every other Roll of Honour, and he's not far off completing the full house.
97. Now we require 144.
He's definitely dominating the scoring stakes in this first round match against Jimmy.
82.
He had a few sticky moments in scoring yesterday, did Neil. He almost looked quite uncomfortable in gripping the dart towards the end of yesterday's session.
96.
We'll monitor
Now we
that,
require
but as far as
62.
the early exchanges are concerned, not too bad. Double 16 again.
30. Jimmy
The
require
question now is, will he
108.
return to get a 2-0 lead? He didn't need to go treble 19 there.
56.
And he's a very clever
Now
dart
we
player,
require
Jimmy. I'm
32.
not sure he thought about plan B.
Game shot on the second left.
That was
Neil
plan A
Duff.
for Neil, and a 2-0 lead for him will be very welcomed.
The look, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
This was the game where Jimmy had that magical 1-3-2 yesterday,
180.
but he also delivered a 1-6-7 on the first day of Champions Week. So finishing-wise,
140.
Jimmy was up there yesterday, almost 39%. 5-1-8, he's 3-ton plus checkouts. All very much to be admired.
45.
And they're all good things, but ultimately you want the most points at the end of 3 days.
58.
You don't always get exactly what you want here in Portsmouth. Everybody wants to win Group A if you're in it.
134.
But it's nice to have the option of a next group, which is exactly what 6 players from Group B and C do not have.
62. Jimmy require 142.
This is the first time in this third game of the day where Jimmy has led in the scoring stakes, and he's going to take full advantage of it. Double 16. Another big finish from Big Jimmy.
Third leg.
Add that to your collection.
Jimmy Vansky.
A bit of brilliance from the delightful
Flag, it's Neil
Dutchman.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, we were raving about a 1-3-2 yesterday that'll be replayed over and over on the Super Series highlight reels. But that 1-4-2 is right up there as well.
95.
I like the way that you put the word raving in a game involving a Dutch player, because they don't mind a bit of a rave.
134.
And some of our close friends in this sport would call the stuff that they
41.
listen to music, whereas we would call it noise.
He's the type of mate you'd send to the bar, isn't he, Jimmy?
60.
Would you like to enlighten us as to why?
He'd certainly get noticed, wouldn't he? As Neil Duff makes
180.
himself noticed in this game with a maximum, his first of it.
Do you know what? If Jimmy Van Schie is your designated driver,
140.
he's the kind of guy you want to go clubbing with, because you're never going to lose him.
$100.
This is a really interesting
require
leg.
167.
Jimmy's on another 167. He's not going to take this one, so Duffman on 85 will sense an opportunity to re-establish
43.
this two-leg
Require
cushion that he created
85.
after the first 2 legs. That's a good miss. How good is this?
45.
Not good enough.
Jimmy
Can't
require
take advantage of
124.
that fortuitous treble 10.
We've had the 1-4-2. Let's jumble up the numbers, but he messes up the visit. And you can see the reaction there. Jimmy knows that was an opportunity.
$28. Now you require 40. Game shot.
Duffman doesn't mess up.
Neil Duff.
He can't get enough of that wonderful shot.
Fifth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
This is what's fascinating about the table at this stage of Group A. Provisionally,
60.
Duff is on 8 points. If he gets the result, that's where he will be. Jimmy will only be 2 points behind. And as long as there's this
100.
huge influx of matches between the people in the top 5, the jostling is going to be exactly the same as an
140.
analogy mentioned by Chris this morning. Shuffling cards. That's what it's going to look like.
140.
One of the reasons I was impressed with Jimmy yesterday is because he's been noted in the past when he's come here for a weekly campaign as someone who's had a somewhat weaker start compared to the end of a week. Yesterday was strong against strong opposition.
44.
I'm going to say this right now. Even if he doesn't win this week, I will be surprised if he ends the year without more success.
Yeah, certainly a player to keep an eye on.
32.
I don't think he'll be a flash in the pan. I don't think he'll be just a player for 2024.
If Jimmy's going to be put in a pan, it's got to be a very big pan. Unless you fold him in half.
Now you reckon 148.
This would be some way to win the match, though. And the hope of that didn't last long.
140. Jamie,
Winner of this game
57.
does join the top 2, Scott and Van Velsen on 8 points.
Game shot on the fifth
Could
leg.
still be Van
Jimmy
Ski,
Van
but
Ski.
Duff now has the darts to get it done.
Sixth leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
For someone so tall, I know that darts is very popular in the Netherlands, but for someone of his height,
100.
I'm sure there were other opportunities available for him. Sports like rowing, for instance, which the Netherlands are very good at. Basketball, obviously.
100.
He'd be a pretty good painter and decorator because he wouldn't need a ladder. But I think what we've learned about the
140.
Netherlands over the last 5 to 10 years with tall dart players is that they do have their own challenges.
85.
He may have to monitor his physical health maybe a little bit more than some others because of the way he has to stoop.
Yeah, we'll see said stoop
60.
as he steps up to the hockey now. There you see, has to lean in and zone in on the target. He does it very effectively as well.
So you can see that he's not throwing from his full height. He's actually reducing his height
180.
to be at what he can only describe as his optimal throwing height.
And he's reducing Duff's lead here. That 180, second of the match.
130.
Giving him a chance.
Give me a record,
Giving him a shot
136.
to level up.
Good thinking there from Duff. But hold the phone. That might be the only
87.
shot he
Neil, you
gets
require 71.
to peg Duff back. Duffman wants this done.
18. Tops.
31.
Hasn't got it done. And Van Ski will get another opportunity here. This to break,
Jimmy
to
require
level,
49.
and to set up a decider in which he would have the darts.
Should have been easier as well. Missed a single in the previous visit, which means that dart is burned.
Game
It's a
shot
beautiful
on the
shot,
sixth
though.
leg. Jimmy Van Ski.
And they're the legs. If you can fight for them and take them, your confidence is
Seventh
going
and
to
final
swell
leg, it's Jimmy to throw
at a
first.
very sustainable
Game
rate.
on.
We're seeing some good games so far today. 2 matches that have gone to dramatic last leg
60.
deciders, and then Connor Scott coming back from 2 down to beat Banks 4-2. Sykes beating Van Velsen in the opener in that 7th leg, meaning that Van Velsen is held on
45.
8. Scott joined him on 8, and the winner of this will also have 8. We'll have a 3-way tie for the top of the table after 6 rounds of fixtures in Group 8.
140.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Jimmy is using almost identically the same equipment as he has all year, but the points are a little bit different.
140.
Either they've got a little bit more decoration on them, or they've got some sort of grip detail.
100.
He's going to be very happy with this leg so far. Even hundreds in his first 3 visits.
60.
If Duffman walks away with a defeat here, he's not going to be a happy bunny at all.
Well spotted. Paul.
121.
Spot being the apt description there.
Those points actually have detail on them because there's something that Stephen Bunting's used before.
100, Jimmy,
And they actually
80.
have hexagons on them like an old school football.
Well, as Van Ski got the hex on Duff. Climbing the ladder to tops.
Game
And
shot
landing
and the
tops.
match.
Duff
Jimmy
denied.
Van Ski.
The Dutchman defeats him. Van Ski moves into a share of the lead in this Champions Week Group 8. A 4-3 victory over Neil Duff. Repeating the win that he got against the Northern Irishman yesterday. Both players averaging in the 90s, but it was the finishing that did it for Van Ski. That stunning 1-4-2 early in the match. 4 out of 5 on the doubles in the game. And he joins Connor Scott and Marvin Van Velsen, his countrymen, on 8 points. And they have a 3-way tie at the top of the table. Scott back in action next. If he's beaten by Tom Sykes, then there's going to be 4 people in that party. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Vanski came back from behind to get the better of Neil Duff in a last leg decider. It means he's on 8 points alongside Marvin van Velsen and the new league leader, Connor Scott, courtesy of his 4-2 success against Thomas Banks. He takes on Tom Sykes in the next game, who got the better of Marvin van Velsen 4-3 in the first round's worth of fixtures. A win for Sykes in this one. We'll see the top 4 all tied on 8 points respectively. And if Neil Duff then gets the better of Marvin van Velsen in the next one, there'll be a temporary 5-way tie for the lead. In the commentary box then for this one, it's our 4th game of the morning. This was one of the games of the day yesterday. Is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Oh, stop teasing us, Henry. Yeah, it is getting tight at the top. Well, all the way down the table, basically, apart from Thomas Banks got adrift without a win yet. He's going to play Jimmy Vanski in this second round of fixtures on Tuesday, but as Henry referenced, Paul, this was a
First leg,
bit of a
it's
belter.
Connor to throw first.
Towards the end of
Game
yesterday,
on.
Connor Scott won it in a last leg decider. Sykes looking to get his revenge.
Yeah, more than just a bit of a belter. It was full-on belter.
98.
There's something about these two playing at the minute that entices everybody's appetite.
58.
Good pace, good quality, good confidence from both, and they have what's known as game chemistry.
140.
Very easy to say that some people's style will lend itself to a better game against certain opponents, but these two, if they were dance partners, they need to be on Strictly.
Yeah, both averaged around the 100 mark in that match.
85.
Play a similar rhythm to each other. That's always helpful and conducive to producing your best game.
99.
Well, for me, this is a north-south divide game. You got someone from Yorkshire and someone from Surrey. So, as far as the amateur game is concerned,
94.
this is like north versus south. But this is an individual sport, isn't it? They're not playing for teams this week. They're not playing for
94.
countries.
Only
They're
require
playing for
84.
themselves.
Lovely
Game
start
shown
from
the
Scott,
first leg.
who helps
Connor
himself
Scott.
to the opening leg with that 84 kill, clean as you like.
There's so
Bring
much
it
to
Tom to
admire
throw first.
about Connor.
Game on.
It's not just his ability to think laterally and to do things that are just a little different.
95.
We've been hanging around this sport for decades, Murph. He still makes us think. Now, there's something happened yesterday that got my attention, and I've been watching Connor for a good
60.
2 or 3 years. When he left double 10, he was moving right on the oche to try and give himself
97.
what can only be described as an ideal throwing point. What did he do on that 84 for double 12? He moved left.
37.
So he's obviously got a minimum of 3 throwing points on the oche. A middle, a left, and a right. And you don't need to be a genius to figure out what he's doing.
129.
Left doubles, left-hand side. Right doubles, right-hand side, scoring in the middle.
And nobody does it, but it does make perfect sense. And you can say that so many times about things that Connor
60.
Scott does. We spoke about the flights in the previous game, the different ways of going for finishers. We see actually Sykes do it there, but that's because he's got a blocker.
140.
So you've got one player in Connor who thinks about everything almost outside the box.
180.
Tom Sykes,
Only require
whereas he
40.
does have some of those qualities, he's more of a wham bam, thank you ma'am, let's have lots of 60s and double 10s.
Game
He'll
show
take
the
that
second
10 though
leg.
for a 1-1
Tom
scoreline.
Sykes.
Yet again, this game is enticing.
Delegates Connor to throw first.
So many people who I've spoken to over the last couple of days think this is going to be the final on Saturday night. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case.
77.
Well, make sure you are tuned in. Saturday, the Super Series 8 finale. A full house here in Portsmouth and £25,000 on the line. 6 of the 12 that are playing this week will make it.
180.
2 will make the big money match. 1 will get their name added to the Roll of Honour and pocket £25,000.
180.
And darts like this will be needed.
6 180s in their game yesterday. And we're already at the halfway point of that.
40.
And we're not even at the halfway point of the game.
Scott stands up to Sykes.
84.
Who tries to threaten the throw. But it's a finish after 9 darts delivered by Connor Scott. And an even better one after the same amount by his opponent.
Here we go again. Strap yourselves in, everybody.
100.
This is not going to take long, but you're going to love it, whatever happens. Double 12. Absolutely brilliant.
On the third leg.
Sykes strikes, and that's exactly what he needs to do today. He needs to strike against the throw and protect when he's got the darts.
Game on.
I said it earlier on. If he can hold every time he's got the throw, that's a minimum of 3 wins. But if he strikes against, especially against someone like Connor, he could have a marvellous Tuesday.
Well, he seems to have found the purplest of patches here, Tom Sykes. And he's having to find it because Scott is playing at a high level as well. Just looks like so much authority in the throw at the moment.
140.
The rhythm is spot on. The follow through is perfect.
The release point of Tom Sykes at the minute is
41.
perfect. And I don't often use that word. It's coming out of the hand at exactly the right moment.
100.
Making sure that the dart is actually going in the board with authority at the right attack angle. And he doesn't have to engage his right shoulder.
140.
It's almost effortless when it's this good.
So you expect this to go. And it may go.
89.
And maybe he got a little more excited than even I was.
He's supposed to go for the double 16, not the number 16. More lateral thinking from Scott. He's left to finish. That department yesterday was just a little bit questionable.
170.
Is he about to be exposed from a couple of mistakes? Not this time, so Sykes can't afford to miss again.
And it's also what sort of knocks out that rhythm, isn't it? When suddenly you're throwing at a different target for 2 or 3 visits, you can lose it a bit. And he still hasn't hit that target, having to step the other way this time.
No score.
And that is 6 miss on the spin. In fact, it's 7, isn't it? Because he missed one at the end of the 1-2-1 combo as well. And Connor Scott punishes him to the hilt.
Connor Scott.
Now, what kind of effect is that going to have on this game?
The flag, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
If I were to give Sykes a bit of advice about that corner of the board, it has given him problems at times. When you have somebody not on a finish, and you look at the misses that he's had, they've all been outside of that 32 bed. You have to imagine another 32 bed just inside the green segment, and then you go for that instead of your natural double 16 target in front of your eye.
Well, you mentioned that doubling was a problem yesterday for Sykes. That leg
55.
Just typified that. He threw pretty much, Paul, 11 perfect darts and then missed 7 at double.
57.
That's why darts is hard. You can do a lot right, but if you make mistakes on one segment, you're going to be exposed.
140.
And this game has changed. All of a sudden, the aura
60.
around Tom is different. He looks like he's been hit in the stomach with a bat. And that bat's name was leg 4.
121.
Connor's got in position to win leg 5 now as well. Here comes Sykes. Is it too late?
180. Connor, you're on 51.
It will be if Connor claims double 16, and that would rub salt into the wound, considering that Sykes couldn't hit it at all in the previous leg.
Connor Scott.
It does rub salt in the wound.
6 leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
But imagine your confidence if you can recover from this. 2-1 up with a break all of a sudden 3-2 down, but if you
93.
can turn it around and win 4-3, you'll feel like a giant.
43.
These are the kind of games you need to win if you want to be champion. You might have to do this on a
57.
Saturday night, and he has done it on a Saturday night before. He's dug deep. He's lost the first game in a group, then he's won the next one with
98.
big numbers, made his way through to the semis, and fought his way to a title twice. He has the qualities. It's just a question of whether they show up in the next
190.
two legs.
$180.
Same as yesterday, 6 180s in the game, and there might be more.
Oh, almost was.
135.
At least it leaves Sykes on a finish.
At least he got the treble. He gets the single 5. He's not on a 2-darter.
60.
And I
Tommy
think he'd be
Require,
quite happy to be
97.
away from double 16. 57 gives him 2 at tops. That becomes 1 at double 10. This becomes crucial. But
87.
he's missed again.
Connie Require 120.
Watch out. Where does the first dart go? He needs the treble now. If he didn't get
60.
a big 20 there, and it was a
Tommy
small one to
Require,
start,
10.
he would have gone 2 bulls.
That's a decent guide.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
that
leg.
stops a rot of missed
Tom
doubles
Sykes.
for Tom Sykes, who at one point, the midpoint, was bossing this
Seventh
match.
and
Now he has
final
to
leg,
break in a
it's Connor to
decider, but
throw
at least he's
first.
got that chance.
Game on.
For some reason, that felt better than a 17-dart leg.
134.
Maybe because of what happened in the previous 2 legs, but now Sykes has got to get back to where he was before. And he does, with 180, number 50 of the week, and number 7 of the game.
100.
At which point do we recognise that this is the best fixture of this group?
Well, we're going to see it again tomorrow.
96.
Will it be as thrilling on Wednesday? How important will it be on Wednesday? It actually is the pair's first fixture.
97.
Game 2 tomorrow.
Where can he leave himself?
And will it matter?
Oh, no.
80. Connie Require
That single
107.
5 has cost him a doable shot. If he'd left 1-3-5, he would have fancied it. But now he needs to do
100.
some sort of Jimmy Van Ski magic.
145.
Not going to happen, but Scott hasn't left it as well as he would have hoped.
65.
100 to leave 70.
Connie
Should
Require
get
70.
at least a dart at double. Would love 2. Will only get 1.
30.
And Sykes has a look.
Tommy Require 80.
Biggest shot of Sykes' week so far. 10s. For 8 points. It's absolutely wonderful. And after everything he's been through in that match against his best dance partner possibly of the week or even the year, Sykes will feel better that he's come through that battle than if he dominated it. He wins his first 2 games of the day, and there is the smile. He's worked very, very hard for that. What a game that was, with 7 maximums and the same amount of 140 plus scores. A really good quality contest, and we want more of that when it comes to Duff and Marvin van Velsen next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Well, this week is a sellout at the Super Series. They'll be playing in front of a packed crowd in Portsmouth on Saturday night. But if you do want to be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, tickets for the next Champions Week will go on sale very soon. And tickets for every Saturday night in Series 9 are available by heading to www.dartshop.tv. If you're here on weeks 9 and 10, you'll get the added bonus of a double session for the ADC Men's and Women's Championship Tour Finals. Before the break, we saw Tom Sykes get the better of Connor Scutt by 4 legs to 3, which continues to congeal this Group A table. 4 players on 8 points. And if Neil Duff gets the better of Marvin van Velsen, we'll make that 5. In the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Tungsten traffic here on Champions Week. It is congested, and it will be even more as Henry
First leg, it's
rightly
Marvin
described.
to throw
A Duff
first.
defeat of
Game
Van
on.
Velsen here would see him move on to 8 points. That would put all 5 of the contenders to win this group on the same amount of points as we start to approach half-time effectively in Group A. And if Thomas Banks can get his first win against Jimmy Van Ski in the match that follows Paul Nicholson,
60.
then we would see them all having played 7 and 5 of them tied on the same number of points.
I don't know about tungsten traffic, but I know that
60.
today has been tungsten terrific. Especially that last game. I am already counting the games down to when they play again. I'm sure a lot of people are, but don't be fooled. There could be more of that quality coming from these two or indeed other dance partners throughout the course of the day. And Neil needs to get along with this group, doesn't he? Because the last thing he needs is a bad start and allow everybody else to distance themselves from him.
Yeah, worth noting that he did win this fixture yesterday. In fact, he was the only man to beat Marvin van Velsen. He beat him well as well, 4-1.
Yeah, it was a scruffy game. Duff didn't need to average a great deal to beat Marvin. It felt like he was having a bit of a lull at that point, but they both missed a lot of darts at double. Marvin missed 10.
131. Marvin requires 68.
As did Neil. More misses there. Invites Duff in. It's going to be tops.
Don't know why the delay
90.
from Duff there. Just
Marvin, you require 8.
seemed to annoy himself with something before delivering the dart.
That happened in this fixture yesterday as well.
Game shot on the first leg.
First leg to Marvin. And we'll see Neil play a lot of darts here over the next few weeks. But
Game on.
what you find on shots like 110 like that, which are very regulation shots for him, he doesn't like to stop in between dart 2 and dart 3. I wonder what's going through his mind. I don't know if you caught that, Murph, but Marvin on the walk there on dart 3. He is perfectly statuesque when it comes to dart 1 and dart 2. But just keep an eye out for when he throws his third dart. He's in a very rigid position there. He's already on the move.
95.
And both times he's thrown dart 3 in the last 2 visits, it's gone underneath the 60. That is not an accident.
Duff's doing this again. It feels like something with his own throw. It's sort of repeating
60.
the motion without a dart in his hand, as if to suggest he hasn't quite warmed to the task yet today. Not done his stretches before entering the field.
136.
Some people are going to scoff at that remark, you know. But speaking to elite players over the years,
100.
dart players doing warm-up exercises are becoming the norm, as they should be.
85.
Because you're using very small muscles in your shoulders, your wrists, your elbow. Everything like that needs to be warmed up properly before you throw a dart on the stage.
180.
Raise the eyebrows to greet the maximum, because Duff knows that even that can't stop Van Velsen winning this leg with a break. It'll have to be a bull. It is a bull. It's a dagger dart
Marvin van Velsen
in the heart of Neil Duff, as Van Velsen doubles his lead.
The leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
You've got one player who is actively trying to stay focused, and you've got one person trying to almost focus on not getting angry.
180.
Keeps getting hit. The brilliant bullseye followed by a magical maximum. Despair for Duff at the moment. Can he turn that pain into something?
This is a serious performance from Marvin.
125.
Yesterday, his best average was 93, like you mentioned in his first game of the day.
59.
This is another level.
And all the talk before the game, quite understandably, was about whether or not Duff could tie it up 5 ways on 8 points.
125.
But if Van Velsen wins this, he goes back into that position that he held at the start of the day with a 2-point lead over the chasing pack.
With Jimmy and Thomas having that game in hand. Thomas is not a factor at the minute, and probably won't be at all.
Pulled that one. And realised that 31. Neil Duff wasn't in any position to do damage, so instead of bothering with the bull, he just set up.
Yeah, good board management there from Marvin. When you see your opponent not in striking distance, you do the right thing. And the right thing now is to get rid of the leg. And he
Game
hasn't had a
on the
problem with
third
that
leg.
in this match. 3 from
Marvin
5.
Van Velsen.
Every department cooperating. Apart from 140s, because he hasn't got one of them.
Looks like it's Neil to throw
Beaten
first.
4-1 by
Game
Duff yesterday, leads him 3-0 today.
$140.
Motivation for Duff at the start of this match was to get the win, of course. But it's amazing how things
80.
change in as little as 6 minutes. Now his motivation is to make sure he's not bageled. There's no worse feeling.
180.
In fact, there probably are worse feelings in darts. It would be getting too complicated, but if you're on the cusp of being completely donutted, that little emptiness that
99.
you feel in your stomach, you just don't want it. And it gives you a little bit of extra fight. And fight is not something
57.
that Neil is a stranger to. He is someone who has fought and scraped at everything he's got.
58. Now you require 124.
Double top.
Game
And that's brilliant.
shot
He shows that
fourth leg.
fight.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff with a fabulous 1-2-4 finish. A man who we're going to be seeing a lot of
Looks like it's
pull
Marvin to throw first.
here
Game
on Champions Week. He's then going to try and defend his double trouble title next week for those uninitiated in that theme. It's one of our
97.
special weeks, and it is a double start tournament. Same setup in terms of the league phases and finals night, but it's a
60.
race to 3 legs, starting and finishing on a double. Neil Duff won the first one earlier this year. And I can also reveal he's actually playing the very first week of the next series. So he is going to be here for 3 straight weeks in
49.
Portsmouth. Now, what an experience that would be if he were to win on Saturday night.
Because you'd have
60.
the series champion in double trouble too. And he would immediately have to change his motivation because he'd want to get back for the opportunity to defend the title.
60.
So it's going to be a mix of emotions over the next 3 weeks for Neil. But what I admired the most about that fourth leg, it wasn't the 12 darter. It wasn't the 1-2-4 finish.
44.
It was the fact that he didn't do the whole ironic celebration at the end of leg 4 as if to say, where's that been? He's just a bit more seasoned than your usual cat. He knows that you can win from 3-0 down.
135. $140. Marvin, you
Yeah,
require
he won't
106.
roll over, but Van Velsen can put him away here and return that result from yesterday. Reverse it.
All I heard from that previous sentence was Rolo,
100.
one of my favourite chocolates. But if Marvin turns things around to get a 4-1 victory today, that will feel very, very sweet. Because that
59.
was the score that he suffered
Marvin,
yesterday
you
at the
require
hands
60.
of the man on the other side of the hockey.
So to return to the top of the table. Wants the top target and finds it and defeats Neil
Marvin
Duff in
Van
the same
Velsen.
manner that Duff defeated the Dutchman yesterday. A 4-1 win for Van Velsen, a polished performance from MVV. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 96 average there for the man who now returns to the summits of the Super Series stack, seeing off Duff by 3 legs despite that 1-2-4 checkout from Duff that signalled a potential comeback, but no sign of that as Van Velsen closed the door quickly to move himself onto 10 points. He's the first player to get to that amount, but can be joined by his Netherlands native, Jimmy van Schie, who takes on Thomas Banks after the break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. 18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Marvin Van Velsen got the better of Neil Duff by 4-1. That moves him back to the top of the pile in Group A on 10 points. He now has a 2-point lead on the rest of the field, although that could be cut out if Jimmy Van Schie can get the better of Thomas Banks. And depending on the margin of victory, he can leapfrog Thomas here. Now, Banks hasn't won a game so far this week. He is hoping that it's going to be 8th time the charm, and in the commentary box it is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, the game continues. 6th match of the second day of the Super Series Champions Week for Series 8, and it is indeed a meeting
First
between
leg, it's Thomas to
the
throw
basement
first.
boy, Thomas Banks,
Game
looking for that
on.
maiden win. Jimmy Van Schie, as mentioned, could be
58.
joining or even leapfrogging Marvin Van Velsen at the top of the table. I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Jimmy so far. One of only 2 players not to have tasted defeat yet. Of course, has only played
44.
1 match, but it was a good performance against Neil Duff. Tom Sykes, the other player who's unbeaten on Tuesday, winning both of his games 4-3, the same scoreline that
100.
Van Schie enjoyed against the 2022 world champion.
While we're on the subject of leapfrogging, just how many people in the practice room and indeed this building could Jimmy Van Schie leapfrog? Most, I would say.
93.
Now that'd be a nice bit of social media content.
Well, in terms of the table, he can leapfrog 2, can't he? Because he's currently sat in 3rd place behind Connor Scott and Marvin Van Velsen. And a victory
47.
would see him go top of the table because he's only 1 leg behind Van Velsen.
The problem is
180.
there's a bit of a killer on the loose, and his name is Thomas Banks. Just because he hasn't won his previous 6
80.
matches,
Thomas requires 70.
he's now the troublemaker. He can cause trouble for everyone.
50.
Started very well in the opening game. 2 legs to the good against Connor Scott. He then hit a 140, didn't he, in the 3rd leg to leave double 15. And the problem started there. Could have easily been 3-0 up in that match.
20.
Double 10 the target here. That becomes double 5, and that is a mess.
18.
And that's an
Jimmy
even bigger
require
mess.
130.
That's why you shouldn't go for the bullseye if you want to bust a shot. You always go for the left side of the board. You go for the 9, the 40, and the 11.
Maybe academic. Double 5.
125.
But Banks has put himself in this position. No margin for error.
Game
No
shot on the
error.
first leg.
1-0.
Thomas Banks.
Maybe it was on purpose. I assure you, it wasn't.
Second leg is Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just imagine if Thomas was to get his first win, though. He'd go to 2 points, and Jimmy would be stuck on 8. And after 2 rounds of play today, Marvin will retain the lead.
140.
There wasn't necessarily anything bad about Thomas's levels yesterday. If it was a regulation Group A
60.
in, say, a week 3, 4, 5, he might have had a lot more success. But this is Champions Week. You're up against people who have won here very recently and have got ridiculous experience. So an 84 average for the day was never going to cut it.
Just surprising, isn't it, that any player in a Group A Champions Week would go through a day without a win, because the players in Group A were the 6 best weekly winners in terms of their averages.
83. Jimmy require 121.
Don't forget what Andreas Harrison did in the previous Champions Week, though. Not this again.
Game shot on the
Jimmy,
second leg.
another one for
Jimmy
your collection.
Vansky.
His bingo card is looking very impressive.
The leg it's Thomas to throw
In fact, I should just caveat that, because Jimmy Vansky, interesting, was the 7th best performer in the weekly wins.
96.
Jim Long, which quite ironically sounds like a nickname for Jimmy Vansky, doesn't it? He was actually the 6th best, but the Canadian couldn't make it, having played over in North America at the weekend
57.
to play on Monday. So he's opted to start his campaign in Group C at the bottom, basically. Vansky being the beneficiary, and it might prove
140.
that he makes the most of it.
There are many tales in sport of people taking an opportunity and using it
45.
to its fullest that it could possibly be. Look at Emma Raducanu. Qualifier for the US Open, goes on to win the whole thing.
58.
Denmark, 1992. Yugoslavia, not in the tournament because of stuff happening in their part of the world. Denmark weren't even in the tournament. Then they go on and win the thing. You get an opportunity, you make the most of it.
125.
And that's what Jimmy, who yesterday when he was speaking to us, that's what he's trying to do, because he does want to play the full week.
139. Thomas Jabberquoit, 82.
Great thinking from Jimmy, but it means nothing. Beautiful kill from Thomas.
Banks.
And this is another good game. And we are being treated today to a lot of games that are in this region. In fact, in completed matches so far, there's only 2 averages from 10 that are below 90.
94.
And one of them was 89.5. This is now very much looking like a Champions Week Tuesday.
100.
Jimmy is averaging over 100 and losing.
95.
Don't be surprised to see a little bit of that towards the end of the week. Especially when Tom Sykes plays against Connor Scott.
65.
Well, this is a 145 shot. I've seen people go for the bullseye first on 3-1-2. Because 145 leaves you 167.
Vansky not going to take out the 156. How handy will he leave it? Handy enough.
100. $58. Jimmy require 56.
He's changed his mind a couple of times on this shot. Yesterday he went 20 for double 18.
24.
And I think right there he was going for a treble 8.
45.
We know exactly
Jimmy
where he's going
require
now.
32.
You can see plenty of that.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Plentiful for 2-2.
Just got a feeling about Thomas Banks, you know, that if he
Fifth flag
gets that
gets Thomas
first
to throw
win,
first.
he
Game
might
on.
just build up a head of steam. Seems that type of player, doesn't he?
100.
I've got a little bit of advice for him, technically. If he watches this back, we were talking earlier about Tom Sykes, weren't we?
125.
About the release point. When he gets that right, it's predictably brilliant. There's a motion
134.
with Thomas from the angle that we can see with our split screen, just like this. It's where the dart comes back towards his jawline and there's a little movement forward before he throws the dart forward in its entirety.
83.
If he can smooth out that forward motion a little bit, I think he becomes a better player. But that is something he's going to have to work on.
60.
It's almost as if he's got a forward motion which has two parts. It's forward, then throw. If that becomes one movement,
128.
he turns into a more smooth throwing machine.
$85.
Quite the amount of pressure that Bansky was hoping to apply. Well, that wasn't very smooth, but he gets away with it.
44.
Or does he?
So what does he do?
Jimmy, you require 91.
Considering that he can hit a severely blocked bullseye, he may fancy starting there, but it looks as if he's going to go aggressive here. Treble 17. Got nowhere near it now. Does find the treble 14. And it's one dart, therefore at double 16.
59.
Thomas wasn't looking.
Thomas,
and he got the call he wanted
12.
because now he's back for sixes and a lead of 3 legs to 2.
Game shot.
That's a brilliant dart. It's such a courageous shot, isn't it? A double 3 when you've got one left in hand. So many players
Jimmy to throw first.
will
Game
just
on.
almost feather it to the board and think, you might have a chance to go in. But he is a no layup kind of player.
140.
Straight for it. Gave it the full beans. And now he's in the lead and he's got a chance of winning his first match.
42.
Pretty full card in terms of scoring. Vansky has outscored
45.
Thomas Banks in this game, but Banks has done the right things at the right time. Punished any mistake.
60.
Now, twice yesterday, Thomas did get 3 legs. One of them was against Jimmy.
100.
He lost 4-3, and the averages were between 82 and 85. This is a very different match.
23.
When you haven't won 6 games in a row, particularly at the start of a weekly campaign, this is where the grey matter is tested as to whether you can get over the line.
134. Jimmy require 82.
Here we go.
62.
Well, he's okay, isn't he? He's not thrown that dart as he would have liked, but Banks is a long way back.
The reason he's in the background
92. Jimmy
doing a
require
ghost
20.
dart is because he knew he threw it too quickly.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
He's not wounded
Jimmy
though.
Bansky.
And it's 3-3 for the second day in a row between these two.
7 from final against Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Could be a key thing that he's got the throw this time. Yesterday he didn't have it.
96.
However, when he did have the darts against Tom Sykes in Game 8 in their last leg decider, he didn't win that one either.
60.
So he hasn't been in this situation much this week. In fact, only once.
140.
But he's doing a very good job.
$58.
That game that Banks had with Sykes yesterday, and we do have that fixture coming up in a couple of games' time. That was where Tom Sykes had 6 maximums.
58.
Is this one getting away from Jimmy?
80.
Because he's a good throw behind now.
137.
Well, there's an opportunity now for Thomas Banks finally to pick up points.
95.
It's all about the positive mental talk now.
70.
It's, I'm in a winning position. Can I just get it done?
50.
And too often, when he's going for tops, he misses it low. But double 10, which is always his plan B, has predominantly been a very good plan over the last
60.
few months.
Thomas, you require 20.
And not too much pressure on. And there it is.
Shot and the match.
Points in
Thomas
the bank.
Banks.
As Thomas Banks gets a victory over Jimmy Van Ski, denying Jimmy and move to the top of the table. Respect from the Dutchman as the 17-year-old finally gets off the mark on Champions Week. 2 points in the pocket for him. And after 7 rounds of fixtures, we now have an outright lead for Marvin van Velsen. Scutten Van Ski, along with Tom Sykes, 2 points behind him. Duff, 2 points behind them. And Banks, well, just 2 points. Duff's got next.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of matches on day 2 here at Champions Week. Before the break, Thomas Banks got on the board courtesy of a 4-3 success against Jimmy Van Ski. That means that Marvin van Velsen, who lost his first match to Tom Sykes, is top of the pile. He has a 2-point lead from Connor Scott, Jimmy Van Ski, and Tom Sykes, are all on 8 points. Neil Duff who was a couple of points off the lead at the beginning of the day, now finds himself 4 points behind. So this game here and now against Connor Scott is a real big one for the former WDF World Champion. He's a player that's not too perturbed as far as how the week begins, because he has won from Group C before. He's won from pretty much every single position a week here at the Super Season 4. But he doesn't want to be cut adrift against Connor Scott, who once again is in that position where if he wins at the beginning of a round, he can go top of the table and apply that pressure on Marvin van Velsen, who takes Ollie's compatriot Jimmy Van Schie in a few matches' time. Right, high time. We head back to the commentary box. Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it's a key shot that Neil Duff has in his sights now. Repeatedly, he's going to have to be more consistent than he has been so far today, or maybe this week.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
I think these two have shared a fair amount of practice boards over the last couple of years. But it's going to have to be better from Duff, who's looking for his first win of the day. Losing 4-3 to Jimmy, well, that was more to do with the fact that Jimmy was brilliant. But then losing to the other Dutchman as well, because of Marvin's brilliance.
82.
He can look in the mirror and say, I've been outgunned, not once but twice. Now he turns his attention to someone from England.
140.
The level may not necessarily have to go up too much, but the vital moments have got to be won.
140.
So if Duff wins, he goes to 8 points. If Scott wins, he goes to 10. It's a very, very close table.
96.
The mission for the rest of the day for Neil is to remain in contention. As long as he does that, and he has his best day in the group on Wednesday,
44.
He still has a chance of getting Saturday in the bag with days to spare.
$86. Now we require 150.
The 150's off.
134.
But the approach is brilliant.
194.
How good can this be? Well, the fact that he was going for the
54.
double-double there, and he hit his own flight on the way through, that was never a good sign.
$12.
And that is a bad sign for Neil. Too many times today, he has missed in the key moments, and without a shadow of a doubt, or a great deal of seconds passing by, Connor Scott has taken the lead in a flash.
$80.
It's amazing how many times we do see darts on the floor because of deflections like that. But we are starting to see more players staying somewhat stubborn on the treble 20, even when it does have a dart in the way. We've seen it with Sykes. We're seeing it with Scott. And as soon as I say that, he goes for the switch.
96.
That reaction from Neil Duff that's a bit worrying to me, Paul. Just starting to let the day get the better of him.
26.
Just looking a little bit worried, looking a little bit laboured. We mentioned in his earlier matches that maybe almost looked a little underprepared, like his arm wasn't quite warmed up and he's been unable to catch up to get right yet.
I just wonder if Neil's going to make Saturday for a tilt at the title,
180.
whether this group dynamic is the right one for him. Because if you think about experience,
101.
age,
You require 107.
who he's more comfortable playing against, is this the kind of group where he's going to thrive? Or is Group C the kind of group that he can pick apart?
167.
We'll turn to that one in a second, because he still has a chance to equalise.
Things can turn quickly.
You require 78.
Duff can break back here. Treble 18, the first port of call. Single 20 for double 20.
58. Connie requires 65.
Close, but not close enough. And now Connor Scott could pull away.
It's going to be double 18.
Game
and he
shot on the
strikes
second
again,
leg. Connor Scott.
making Duff feel even worse.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw.
That's really interesting, isn't it? 65 left. Going for treble 19 to leave double 4. And then ultimately leaving double 18. It's just so diverse.
58.
It's really, really clever.
It's in the Bobby George how to check out book, that, isn't it? He once
83.
wrote a little book of checkouts for, I think, a TV broadcaster, and some of the ways, optimal ways as he sees them, were stuff that you don't see players employ. And I know one of those was treble 19 for 65.
65 is a talking point. Many, many times I've spoken to players
66.
who always go for the 25, and that's entirely their choice. But how many of those players go for the 25? Or do they just go for the general area of the centre of the board and hope they hit it?
Well, it's exactly Bobby's point. He says that if you go for the 25, you're pretty much aiming for the bull and hoping to miss, which is a strange frame of mind.
Which is one of the reasons why more people these days are going for treble 11.
58.
You also made the point in the previous leg about what group would suit Neil Duff in particular best. Has to be said, like the majority of players in this group, in this week in fact, he came through a secondary group. Only Scott and Sykes, one Group A and one champions at one finals night.
And I am of the opinion that maybe Group C might be the right one for Duff this week. He doesn't want to go there. He wants to be in Group B minimum to take on Rowlands, West and Paxton and somebody else.
43.
But if he's not going to win this group, look at Group C with Coulson, Hogan and Long. All seniors players. Very much the kind of practice room where he could possibly thrive.
Now they can all get free travel here on the bus.
100. Connie require 96.
Well, it's superior slinging from Scott so far. Double 9.
78. Neil, you require 60.
Duff's in the game. He's in each leg, but he needs to make sure he gets legs on the board, and he has one now.
Neil Duff.
I do wonder what the motivation is behind the Duff shirt today.
Game on.
Yesterday it looked like a France away kit. Today is a cross between a France home kit and a Millwall shirt.
91.
But there must be some sort of thought process as to, you know, when he approaches his designer, I want a blue shirt with white stripes. I want to know what it is.
120.
I always want to know the backstory of people's thinking. That's why speaking to Connor Scott is such a great experience, because if you're talking about 65 checkouts,
140.
leaving 190 with 2 visits and hitting a 158 to leave double 16, these are the kind of things that, even at the age of 45, I'm still learning from this kid. And I love stuff like that.
60.
I know it's through misthrowing rather than miscounting, but you see Neil Duff a long way back, unable to get himself down to a finish.
Yeah, that's a number you don't want to leave when you're struggling. 342 cannot be taken in 2 visits. 341 can. And at this level, you've got to know that.
That's what he needed to put it right.
130.
Treble required for Connor, who now wants to push the button.
105. Neil, you require 107.
Whistle past the wire. Duff gets a go.
Yeah, this is one of those sports where you don't whistle while you work.
89.
He's had chances.
Connie, you require 25.
Plenty of them. 6 darts at double, but only the 1 hit. And that's an uncharacteristic dart from Connor. There's that shift. And there's the hit.
On the 4th flag. Connor
He can
Sykes.
still hit double four from the centre of the hockey, but he thinks he'll hit it more if he
Fifth leg,
moves.
it's Neil to throw first.
And a 3-1 lead
Game on.
gives Scott the chance to top the table at the end of this match.
And it starts to see Duff separate from the rest of the field. If Van Velsen were to beat Van Ski in the next game, that would be 6 points off top spot for Neil Duff. It's a lot to come back from. Before that,
60.
the two Toms will do the tungsten tango. Sykes against Banks, who is fresh from a first victory.
47. $57.
Has anybody played here 3 weeks straight before? I don't think they have they? I know that Hendo and Jerome Miok have played 2 weeks straight because they won week 12 and played Champions Week straight after.
Yeah, well, the special weeks were only introduced in this year, weren't they?
24.
So that would be the only way it could happen. Champions Week specials week 1.
60.
Last specials week double start. Didn't feature the winner
140.
of the week that was before it, Scott Taylor. So he would have played actually week 12 Champions Week. And then the double start.
Now we require 150.
If Connor was in this position after 6 darts, he'd be going for 3 bulls.
90.
We'll cross that bridge if indeed we get to it. But this leg is not over.
86.
Duff
Now we
has missed
require
chances.
60.
He doesn't want to miss this one. That one hit the flight on the way through.
Game
And it's a
shot
good
the
job
fifth
that
leg.
one had nothing to
Neil
dodge.
Duff. Sixth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
It's been a game
Game
of
on.
clinging on. Duff does stay in touch just, but Connor Scott seemingly determined here to kick him off the cliff edge.
180.
You don't know any Klingon, do you?
No, not. Didn't teach that what school I went to.
100.
It is actually recognised as an official language now, isn't it? Klingon. Sounds a bit like Dutch. There's a lot of
43.
the way that they pronounce their G's in it.
We'll be looking a couple of games because Van Ski and Van Velsen go head to head. Is Duff going to turn this around?
180.
It would be one serious recovery against a very accomplished player.
40.
Well, 3 180s now for Neil. And he's taken the darts in this leg.
First start is starting to cooperate as well.
100.
He's got every right to feel disappointed about just a ton there. But maybe that first start wasn't in the ideal spot for him to
100.
compound
Now
the
you
score.
require 121.
To take us the distance again today. We're seeing plenty of close games. Bull.
96.
Now, which way do you want to go, Connor?
138.
Old school? New school? New way? He could have even used 251s and double 18.
48. Now you require 25. Game
There we
shot
go
the
then,
sixth leg.
Duff.
Neil Duff.
Achieves deadlock and has the darts in the decider.
7th and final leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
If Neil wins this leg, this table is delicious. It would be Duff on 8 points.
97.
It would be Sykes, Van Ski, Scott on 8 points, Marvin on 10. And in the next fixture, we would guarantee somebody else
81.
throwing a little bit of extra seasoning on the omelette. This is almost everything you could possibly wish for in a Champions League Group A.
60.
Because we've got no idea who's going to win it at this halfway point.
By the way, Henry's been beavering away, looking through his
140.
record books, his extensive note-keeping collection, and he said even going back to Southampton, he can't find a record of a player playing 3 consecutive weeks.
59.
Not even Jim McEwen. He won an old school Champion of Champions event, didn't he? Beating Josh Payne in the final in the summer, just before we moved here.
100.
Well, that's what Duff is doing. Could be winning 3 consecutive weeks. Imagine that. But it doesn't look like he's going to be winning this match with darts like that.
That came at exactly the wrong time.
60.
However, a trebleless visit just opens the door a little bit. If he can turn it around and find a max,
140.
it's very good.
He's
still relying on a miss from Scott, but he does have an opportunity if things go awry here for Connor.
Yep, and they have.
60.
So Neil Duff
Neil, you
to
require
turn this tie
130.
around. Wants 130. 1 treble required. Followed by the bull. It's in the bull. It's unbelievable from Neil Duff, who snatches victory from the jaws of defeat with a stunning 130 checkout, bedding the bullseye to deny Connor Scuts a move to the top of the table and to keep himself firmly in that fight. A 4-3 win for Duff. He kind of stuttered and stumbled through the early part of the match, and Scut took full advantage, but it all came good in the end, and Duff beats Scut 4-3. Coming next, the 2 Toms as Sykes takes on Banks.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Neil Duff got his first win of the day in some style, taking a 130 checkout in the last leg to get the better Connor Scup by 4 legs to 3. That moves him onto 8 points in the group. The top 5 all separated by just 2 points. Van Velsen top of the pile. Connor Scup missing out on the opportunity to do something similar. Van Velsen will take on Van Schie in a game's time, but before that, Tom Sykes can now move himself on to 10 points in the group. If he can get the better of Thomas Banks, who picked up his first win last time out, denying Jimmy Van Schie success. But the question here is, which one of these Tommies will hit the heights? Let's find out. It's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy in the commentary box.
Rich Henry, yep. The Bulldog against, well, a bullish Tom Sykes. I think it's fair to say his attitude today has been very businesslike, very forceful, and almost like a darter determined to assert himself on this group. Today's going to be my day, and I think almost, Paul, in a way, and you, to be fair, said this yesterday,
44.
that the fact that he found himself second bottom yesterday, not getting the rewards for maybe his performances, that you would see a level up from Tom Sykes, and he's almost used that as fuel, hasn't he?
60.
I think he's someone that tends to find fuel in any situation he's in.
58.
I think motivation has never been a problem for him in the last 18 months. And let's not forget, he has been to
60.
a series final before. What more motivation does he need? He just wants to go one better. He wants to get his fingerprints on the trophy. He's been so close to it before. But in order to get the chance to do that, you've got to respond
54.
to what happened yesterday, and he has responded. If he beats Banks,
80.
he's going to have 6 points for the day, and everybody else is going to have 2. That's a definitive move.
93. Thomas Require 96. Game
Oh,
shot
that's
in
how
the
you do
first
it.
leg. Thomas
He didn't
Banks.
score with his previous start, but the next 2 do. And
Second
in
leg, it's Thomas
less
Banks
than
to throw
90
it
seconds, Thomas Banks takes the lead and wrestles away that advantage of
92.
throw, which is so precious for Sykes today. He may just need a few more maximums, just like the 6 he got against Thomas yesterday. He definitely hasn't struggled in that department
99.
over the last day and a half. I know this may seem like a bit of a strange thing to say, but I think it's a compliment. In a lot of different ways, Tom Sykes reminds me of Ross Smith. He's not as tall. He's got a different coloured beard.
91.
But there's a lot about his game that is very similar to Smudger.
I see what you mean. Slightly quicker, actually. Similar style, but almost even more eye-catching, even more pleasing to watch. But he won't be pleased with how this game's going so far.
90.
Because Thomas Banks, we did say that once he pops, he might not be able to stop.
65.
There's almost a
77.
continuation of that case.
Well, to be fair to you, Murph, it wasn't us that said that. It was actually you. But the John Part shot
37.
doesn't give Sykes the equaliser.
So the 17-year-old looking at 2 10s.
Game
finding them for 2 legs. Situation he's found himself in already today. Lost from 2-0 up to Connor Scutt in game 1, but then in game 2 beat Jimmy Van Schie.
41.
Well, Tom needs some of that power scoring from yesterday. He's only got, in 2 legs,
100.
2 scores of a ton or more. By this time yesterday, I think he had 3 maximums.
100.
It's
92.
not likely, but Thomas Banks isn't out of this just yet. Just yet. If he wins this, he's then got to play Marvin Van
97.
Velsen, the man at the top, on 10 points. The others are taking points off each other. If he managed to get victories in his remaining
95.
games today and can achieve 8 points, he'd be in the race tomorrow.
He would be. And those odds at the start of the day,
59.
they would look rather silly. But at the start of the day, they looked realistic.
100.
And we mentioned the position he put himself in against Connor Scott. He could have been looking at a perfect day. Look, I think he's going to need to win every game to have a chance.
89.
18 points is the minimum, isn't it?
114.
But it's in a Champions Week group where it's most likely that you would get through on that amount of points because everybody's so
54.
closely matched.
Correct.
115.
That's 9, which leaves 106.
And how do you do that in 2 darts?
You don't.
47. Thomas requires 60.
Is it going to be 10s again? He definitely
40.
hasn't figured tops
Thomas
out.
requires 68.
The last 2 days, it has been a real worry.
2 darts at double 4.
Game shown the third leg.
And Banks,
Tom
just
Sykes.
like that game against Scott earlier on, could have been 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas Banks to throw first.
By the way, I'm a really big fan of the...
100.
What do you call those things on the side of Tom's shirt? It looks almost like an old school Everton or Denmark shirt.
60.
Chevrons.
Chevrons, that's right. Makes his shirt look fast. Well, the faster of the two
180.
is the young man in front. And that is the first maximum of this match. Yesterday, their game yielded
59.
8. And no prizes for guessing who this guy supports.
100.
I'm sure he was rather pleased at the fact that Ipswich Town didn't have a very good couple of days at the start of their Premier League campaign.
139.
Although they did play
121.
Liverpool and Man City.
Great dart. Great
Game
finish.
on the fourth leg.
Fantastic
Thomas
1-2-1 from
Banks.
Thomas Banks to set himself up for a
Fifth leg, it's
potential
Tom Sykes to throw
victory
first.
against the
Game
man who up to now today was unbeaten. 2 from 2 for Tom Sykes, who is understandably less loud and proud about the football team he supports, but we won't go into that.
180.
Same as me, Paul.
I'm just trying to get it out of my system now because
100.
when Scott Mitchell joins us at the end of the week, I'm expecting a fairly big discussion between a Newcastle United fan and a Bournemouth fan.
96.
Look at this. He is a completely different player now he's got a win.
180.
He is going crazy. And his average is creeping up towards the ton mark.
Tom Sykes is joining the party, but it's confidence oozing through the throw
60.
of Thomas Banks, though he may be losing this leg.
Double 16.
Game
It's
on
not
the
his
fifth
nemesis
leg.
this
Tom
time.
Sykes.
But remember, game number 1 of the day.
Sixth leg, it's
Marvin
Thomas Banks to throw first.
and Tom
Game on.
played very well against each other, and Sykes had to win the hard way. He's going to have to do it again.
Well, that was an 11 darter in the previous leg. He might need a 9 darter in this one,
134.
and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, the last 2 legs have been 12 and 11. Welcome to Champions Week, everyone.
140.
This is what champions do.
Banks closing in on back-to-back wins, and what a
100.
little spell this would be, because it was only half an hour ago that he got his first of the week.
105.
Super smart. And this is a statement. If he can full stop this game, everybody takes notice.
Banks stands up and is countered. Sykes suffers defeat for the first time today. And it's Thomas Banks, the boy who was at the bottom of the table without a point to his name just half an hour ago. He's now got 4 of them, with 2 wins on the bounce by Banks. Seeing off Sykes with a stunning showing. An average of 102.11. That's up there with the best we've seen this week. A strike rate of 50% on the doubles. A fabulous 1-2-1 checkout in there as well. Do not write him off yet. However, the man at the top of the table is back in action next. Marvin van Velsen, who takes on Jimmy van Schie in an all-Dutch duel.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Thomas Banks put in his performance. It was a crucial game in terms of table position. If Van Velsen can win this match, he will open up a 4-point lead on the rest of the group. However, if Van Schie can pick the points up in this one, we'll have a two-way tie at the top of the table. We'll learn a lot more come the end of this one. Let's hand over to Paul and Chris.
Game on.
You're absolutely right, Henry, because now that we've got Thomas Banks on the rampage, he's all of a sudden thinking, I think there's more than meets the eye in Group A here in Champions Week. And he's starting to look towards the top of the table and thinking, who can do me a favour here? Well, the problem is,
99.
If Jimmy wins, he goes to 10 points and is still 6 points away from Banks. But if Marvin wins, he's 8 points in front. So we're at that point again, Chris, where everybody wants one person to win, apart from Marvin van Velsen, who wants to get that 4-point cushion.
Yeah, and who did win the Dutch derby yesterday, although it did go to a decider.
92.
The man throwing first won the last leg. If the same happens today, then Jimmy will pick up
96.
points 9 and 10 and join his compatriot at the top of the table. Remaining matches: Sykes versus Duff, Scott versus Van Schie, Banks versus Van Velsen, and then Van Schie plays Sykes, Duff meets Banks, and Van Velsen closes today's proceedings against Connor Scott.
46.
Is Jimmy going to go the same route? I wonder. He is not. He's going to go up top for his finish that ends in a 6. He's found the treble. It's another one of those darts from the left-hand side of the hockey. Just like the bullseye yesterday, and it yields a ton-plus finish.
Jimmy Vansky.
My word, he's got loads in the locker.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first.
1-2-1s,
Game on.
1-6-7s, 1-3-2s, you name it, he can hit it. And there's a wink for you. How you doing, Jimmy?
100.
If we do get another 4-3, it will give us a lot of legs today. We've already had 5 of the 8 fixtures going the distance.
134.
I don't mind a Dutch derby, you know.
100.
I don't know much about Eredivisie derbies like Feyenoord and Ajax, but give me a Dutch starting derby anytime. MVG versus Barneveld. Jan van der Rassel against Roland Scholten. Can we go a little bit further back?
125.
But we've got so much opportunity now for different Dutch derbies. Such an incredible country that has yielded some of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Such a hotbed of darts and indeed sport in general, isn't it? For a relatively small European country, sporting excellence has always been a big badge of honour for the Netherlands.
136. Jimmy Vaco, 124.
They are world class at a lot of things. It's not just sport. Not another one.
You can see too much of it.
Game
He can see
on the second leg.
the
Jimmy
dead centre.
Vansky.
That perfectly pinned bullseye. Now, did he think that
The
Van
leg
Velsen
Jimmy
was
to throw
about
first.
to give him a fist bump there? He was just
Game
looking
on.
at his own dart. A double take there from Jimmy Vansky, but a brilliant finish.
How many times have we seen multiple ton-plus finishes by a person in a completed match?
140.
We've seen it a few times, but not that often. However, you've got to go all the way back to Southampton and our first finalist here in Portsmouth, Graham
59.
Usher, who had a game where he had 4 ton-plus finishes in a win.
Well, Vansky's hit one in every match so far today.
58.
Well, this is a superb standard between these two Netherlands natives. Look at that.
135.
Go ahead and call him Mr. Ton Plus this week. But I don't know his exact measurements
95.
in centimetres, but he might actually be 200 plus. There won't be many high-class high jumpers who can high jump Jimmy Vansky.
121.
Almost perfect this match so far. Speaking of perfect, it was on this day, Paul, in 2021 that Richie Burnett hit a 9-dart finish in
95.
this tournament when it was held in under a different name in Southampton in a different setting. And we will be seeing the Prince of Wales here next week for the double trouble. That will be entertainment guaranteed.
140. Jimmy,
Most
113.
definitely. Here we go. It's going to be 3-0. Let's just move on.
As called by Paul, Jimmy does exactly what he did in the previous leg. Readjusts, refocuses,
Game
and
shot
it does the trick.
third leg.
Never in doubt, a
Jimmy
hat trick
Vansky.
for Jimmy.
Holy smokes.
Fourth leg, it's
That's
Marvin to
probably
throw
what
first.
his opponent is saying. His average is laughable. He's 3-0 down. He's averaging 111. It's just got better.
134.
Well, you mentioned the Usher 4-ton pluses. It's never happened in this venue.
60.
Imagine averaging 113 and you haven't even laid a glove on your opponent. It is ridiculous.
100. 100. 140.
Checkouts of 116,
83.
124, 113
127.
for Van Ski. I mean, Van Velsen might as well get in on the act, Paul.
Have a crack. Gotta go for it. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Marvin Van Velsen.
All you can do is smile and appreciate what these two Dutch darters are doing.
Game on.
Every single leg in the match won with a 3-figure finish.
What on earth are they building up to?
100.
Just when you think Tuesday is delivering, it gives you a game like this. You never expect
99.
anything like this.
That the biggest of the four. Van Velsen 3-1 down, despite averaging almost 114.
100.
Well, which ton plus finish is going to be left then? Bingo cards out, everybody.
180.
I'm just laughing at the average. He's losing. He might be about to lose the match. 117.61.
60.
But think about it this way. If Jimmy doesn't get another dart at a double, he could lose 4-3.
Obviously, every dart at double has been hit because they've all been at the end of combos, and Marvin Van Velsen looks to improve again.
But does Jimmy leave a number?
59.
He doesn't.
Marvin,
So what have you got in the locker this
128.
time, Marvin? Oh. Seriously, he went the hardest way possible.
Well, didn't need to go for it, did he, with Vansky not on a finish? Shows he's keeping his mind there, Marvin. But it looks like that run
98.
will come to an end, and indeed it will come to an end in this leg.
Now the most important thing
Game
was that right there.
Marvin
We
Van
have a
Velsen.
game on our hands, and Marvin's got the darts in leg 6.
Sipler
We
against Marvin.
genuinely cannot get enough
Game on.
of what's happening here in round 3. Really good, tight stuff. And let's not forget that the first match in round 3,
55.
it finished on a ton plus checkout. That 130 was massive for Duff. And that's what we've seen in this game.
Yeah, certainly. So we saw
60.
5 in a row. Not often you get runs like that. Vansky still could win every single leg he wins with a 3-figure finish.
Sometimes when you play darts of this quality, you're seeing the bullseye and that treble 20
180.
like it's an extra large Edam. It's the right colour. The outer layer, not the inner layer, by the way.
135.
A block this time. Coming away.
91.
It would be the perfect way to end this match, wouldn't it?
Are you talking about a 171 to lead tops? Or are you talking about the biggest fish
58.
for the biggest
Jimmy
player?
170.
For a landmark moment. You don't score too big here, Jimmy.
96. Marvin requires
He's just spoiled it.
153.
However, with his business head on, you'd much rather leave 74. Oh, hold on a minute. It was only for a couple of seconds, but now it's match
87.
point Van Ski.
He requires 74.
Well, you could see him start to focus after he saw the second dart wasn't at the target. He will be having a throw, having a go at tops. And the
34.
flawless finishing comes to an end. The
Marvin
first dart missed at a
requires
double in the game,
66.
and it was to win the game.
That could be the last start he gets at a double in this match.
26.
Turns out he will get more.
Jimmy require 40.
What a thoroughly enjoyable arrows encounter this has been. But it is won by Jimmy Van Ski, despite the fact his opponent has averaged more than 106 and only missed one dart at double. Jimmy only missed one himself. in a game that was an exhibition of finishing, and one that will go down as a Champions Week classic. The numbers are there: 97.46 for the winner, Van Ski, 106.33 for Van Velsen, who had a 127 checkout. Van Ski had 3 ton plus finishers, 116 and 113 either side of that 124, and only missed 1 dart at double himself. Victory for Van Ski in terms of the table sees him go level with Van Velsen on 10 points. The 2 Dutchmen are leading the way after 3 rounds of fixtures on Tuesday. We've got 6 games to come after the break, starting with Tom Sykes against Neil Duff.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the runner-up, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the race for this trophy is intensifying. This is what we've seen so far on this Tuesday morning. We've seen twists and turns everywhere. We've gone Marvin Van Velsen had the overnight lead, but has lost 2 of his first 3 matches. Meanwhile, we've seen defeats for Connor Scott, and everything's really close now. 2 players prized on 10 points. It was that win for Jimmy Van Ski before the break against Van Velsen, which is the reason why we have 2 players on 10 points. It was an exhibition of finishing from the Dutch Sequoia. 3 ton plus checkouts to put him into a 3-0 lead. Van Velsen losing the game despite having an average in excess of 106. It really was a superb contest. The game of Champions Week so far. Van Ski putting the ball there for his 2nd ton plus checkout of the match. He'd go on to win that game in the end by 4 legs to 2. And so him and Van Velsen tied at the top now on 10 points in the table. And because of that win, Van Ski has actually leapfrogged his compatriot. Connor Scott, Neil Duff and Tom Sykes are all just a couple of points behind. And it is Duff and Sykes that go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the morning session. Thomas Banks is a little bit detached on 4 points, but don't let that fool you. He's won his last couple of games and average 102 last time out. So the action really hotting up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we get round 4 of the day underway. Neil Duff, a man who's appearing in his 4th Champions Week, up against Tom Sykes, a man who was runner-up a couple of series ago, looking to go one better this time around. In commentary, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. And we are guaranteed that someone else is going to be on 10 points after this game. But who's it going to be? One person with their game to start round number 4 today will be successful. Another will be playing catch-up in their final round of the day. Sykes was left dizzy by Banks in the previous round.
97.
His response has got to be good again. Just to give you some sort of indication as to how things have gone today and how tight things are on Tuesday. 3 players with 2 wins, 3 players with 1 win. It cannot be any tighter in a daily sense than that. And you've got to give Duff credit because he could have easily walked away after 3 rounds with no wins. But that beautiful 130 checkout against Scott to win 4-3 tells you everything you need to know about Neil.
60.
Yeah, there's been a certain Duff defiance
60.
today. I'm just really excited for Wednesday now in this group. I know I've still got a couple of rounds of fixtures to play on Tuesday, but how close is it going to be? How many runners are there going to be in the race? Right now, there are realistically 5, maybe even 6.
45.
Even if Banks is not a runner, he is someone who's starting to win. He's already caused problems for Sykes.
97. Now we require 160.
He's beaten Jimmy Van Ski, and that looks even more brilliant considering what we've just seen from Jimmy.
56.
Sykes on throw has got to be strong.
Two 10s.
Game shot on the first
Some
leg.
zip in that
Tom
one.
Sykes.
And a lead for Tom Sykes.
Do you know what, Murph? Coming into this week, I was convinced that Tom Sykes had a target on his back. He literally has a target on his back.
80.
Because when he turns around,
58.
there's a target on his back.
There's a dartboard, isn't it? And I think Jimmy Van Ski could still hit the bullseye on it.
Yeah, there's a certain ring to the fact that Jimmy Van Ski is at the top of the tree right now, considering his nickname being the Dutch Sequoia. If you don't know what a sequoia is, by the way, first and foremost, check the spelling of it, because there is a Q in there. And see what a sequoia is. But what kind of trees would these guys be if they were nicknamed after trees?
140.
I think Neil would be a very strong oak. Whereas Tom is more like a bonsai tree. Because he's just starting to cultivate a career and he's starting to grow.
119.
Whereas Duff has just been around a while and he's made a very stern stuff. Well, are we going to get another 1-2-4 checkout?
124.
Is it at Neil's expense? Not this time.
92. Now we require 43.
Can't find it.
23.
So
Tommy require 32.
To double.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom Sykes.
All going the way of the man in white and orange at the minute. And the man in Rangers colours finds himself 2-0 down. It's interesting what you were saying earlier about the fact that Duff doesn't really harbour any ambition of winning PDC titles. So if he was to go to something like a Belfast Premier League as a spectator, that would not stir up any ambition for him, would it?
Could go next year, very first night. It's just been announced that the Premier League will begin in Belfast.
My thoughts exactly.
But yeah, I think it crossed his mind, didn't it, after that Lakeside win? But with the initiation of the World Seniors and with his repeated visits to the Super Series, he thought better of it, and more power to him. There is choice now, and that's healthy for the game.
Choice is always a good thing. But when it comes to 170 with your opponent on a finish,
170.
you've only got one choice. This is it. Is it the real thing?
145.
Oh, it was close.
Now we reckon 136.
He felt a nibble. And he could still reel something in for 3-0.
58.
It's all going Tom's way.
Cleans up the remainder, and it is one-way traffic here.
Full flag is nil to
3, Duff 0.
Game on.
And it's very tidy. Give or take a few decimal points. It's a 94 average.
60.
It's extremely reliable. Duff is being made to look very inadequate by brilliant timing from Sykes.
98.
Duff's only had 2 darts at a double. But you will play a lot of games like this in a long career.
132.
Where you feel like you're chasing a wolf the entire time and you're just never going to catch it. And someone just has your measure.
134.
Now, what's he going to do on 269 this time? Because the last time he was on that number, he didn't do it right.
Might leave 170 again.
44. $59.
Can't quite manage it this time. Duff trying to avoid the whitewash.
That doesn't help.
117.
What could have been a catastrophic visit has actually turned out to be really good.
60. Now we require 148.
Well, in a group that is incredibly unpredictable, it's starting to resemble
Tommy require 150.
your favourite soap opera because we've got no idea what's going to happen next. Even at 3-0 up, Tom Sykes is not safe.
92. Now we require 8. Game shot.
First brick in the wall right there. Duff. Don't be surprised if Duff can find a chance to do another 3 legs in a row.
It's Tom to throw first.
He's going to need all of those fighting qualities once again. Every player in this group using moulded flight technology. I think it's a revolutionary thing. It very, very rarely happens.
44.
And they're all using that kit fantastically well. And it's all not the same stuff either.
140.
Now let me pose this question to you, Murph. You and I have been covering darts for years. Who was the first player that you remember
41.
who went to the moulded flights?
Oh, that's a question.
So a brand like Cosmo or L-Style.
You know what? Justin Pipe.
John Part, when he went to Cosmo, 2012-ish. But Justin Pipe was a great
46.
shout.
Tommy Require 132.
They were seen as quite gimmicky back then. Now, commonplace.
Not going to take out another champagne shot.
60.
But Sykes is in position to get the job done against Duff here.
Well, what do you think he wants to do here? Does he want to leave tops or double 16?
60.
It feels like he's had more trouble on
72.
16s than tops.
It's neither in the end as the treble gets him darts at double 12 and he only needs one of them.
Tom Sykes.
And Sykes, with that win, is right at the top of the tree. He shares the lead with the two Dutchmen, Jimmy Van Ski and Marvin van Velsen. They have 10 points now, so does he. Of course, they do have a game in hand over Sykes, and the pair of them will be back in action in the next couple of games. But what a performance that was from the Yorkshireman. A 95 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and Duff is defeated heavily in Game 10. Game 11 sees Connor Scutt take on Jimmy Van Ski.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Tom Sykes get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs wide. It now means 3 players tied on 10 points at the top of Group A. And if Connor Scutt can get the better of Jimmy Van Ski in this particular encounter, well, 3 will become 4 ahead of Marvin van Velsen's clash against Thomas Banks in Game 12. It's hotting up in this Group A of Champions Week, and always hot on their heels in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and hot on the heels is definitely the theme, isn't it, in this Group A? With Scutt very much that against the top 3 behind them by just 2 points. A win here would see us get back to a situation where 4 players are tied at the top of the table and Neil Duff is just behind them.
100.
And it would keep the top player on 10, which would still give Thomas Banks that little glimmer of hope, Paul.
This table is just fabulous to watch.
95.
Do you remember the old days of CFAX and teletext? If we had the Group A table in Champions Week here on that format, it would be fascinating to watch. Everything seems to be working towards everybody being part of a fabulous Wednesday.
100.
But if Jimmy can beat Connor Scott, he will find himself in the most
87.
advantageous position. Easy for us to say that the script is Scott winning, getting to 10 points. But it's just not that simple when Jimmy is
139.
possibly in the form that can beat most people who walk through the door.
101. Jimmy Eric 167.
167 for Vansky. Does he want to start in a similar vein to the previous match?
He didn't hit it because he's already hit it this week.
78.
This is going to be double top and a shift.
58. Jimmy require 107.
Chooses double 16.
91.
But it's not another ton topper for Vansky, who has hit one
Connor, you require 20.
in every game.
He'll feel disappointed at missing that. He'll have
Game shot
expected
the
to hit
first
it.
leg. Connor Scott.
But when these guys played yesterday, it was a stupendous game.
Second leg is Jimmy to throw first.
Really, really good. Scott averaged well in excess of 102 and lost.
140.
Say no more, but things have gone up a notch today, haven't they? Because Jimmy Vansky's ability to win with inferior numbers.
180.
He averaged 97.46 against Marvin van Velsen. He won by 4 legs to 2.
100.
And Marvin averaged 106 plus.
Connor can't carry on. And interestingly, after the first
140.
180, didn't go down to the 19s. That's something he's been doing. He's done it here at the Super Series before. 180, 171, and then goes for 3 bulls. Maybe it tells you that this week is all about business for Connor Scott.
Or was it something to do with Jimmy's position?
84. Jimmy require 161.
I think maybe he would do the treble 19 trick to try and get the 171 if his opponent had a bad start to the
41.
leg.
Connor require 97.
We'll come back on that in a second. Counter argument. Tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0.
Connor
11
Scott.
data. Yeah, the only thing I was going to just say is when he played in the Pro Tours recently,
The
he
leg,
was
it's Connor to throw
going
first.
for a 180
Game
with
on.
his second visit. So whether it's been a change in Connor's mentality or whether it's now become how he feels in the moment rather than persevering with it every
100.
time, who knows? Or whether you're right, whether it depends on his opponent's position. But it's something that has gone from being a regular occurrence to being irregular.
95.
And considering that Connor is used to being at the top of a tree,
100.
top of the averages list in Challenge Tour darts, top of the order of merit on the Challenge Tour,
59.
win this game, go to the top of this table, and you've already mentioned he's playing Pro Tour darts as well.
100.
This year is working out really well for Connor. It's by no way, shape or form a completed season yet. He's still got a lot of work to do, but boys, he got a lot of
121.
opportunities.
Well, he's made a good start here.
97.
How good was that bullseye? Seriously, right in the middle.
100.
Maybe
Connor
losing the
require
height battle
24.
between these two, but he's certainly not coming up short.
Game
And
shot
he
on the third
leads.
leg. Connor Scott.
3-0 with a lengthened lead over Jimmy Vansky and an average.
Full
Well,
leg, it's Jimmy to throw
every
first.
match we just seem to
Game.
be seeing bigger and bigger numbers.
Well, I'm going to pay Henry Deacon the credit he deserves, because this morning he did say off the air
134.
that he thought that someone was going to average about 110 plus today. And this could be that game. It's not out of the ordinary for Connor to do something like this. He's got another 10 points in him.
I'm looking forward to seeing the average posted combined at the end of the day. The overall group average for the day could be enormous.
We shouldn't be surprised. Look at that, everybody. Please take note of what he's just done. Using the 17s on dart 2 and then going back to the 20s with dart number 3. That's what you've got to do when there's a 1 at the end of the score. That's so smart.
88.6 was the combined average across every single dart thrown in this group yesterday. I think that's going to be clearly eclipsed.
Jimmy's had 2 darts at a double in this game, averaging 91.5. He has been crushed by the scoring abilities of his opponent and the timed approach shots.
160.
And if he doesn't take this, he now runs the risk of being bageled after starting this game top of the table.
Connor, you require 128.
Treble 20 would leave the ball.
56.
So Vansky to avoid that bagel beating. Perfectly pitched for 2 at tops, which becomes 1 at double 10. And he can't find either. And now Sykes
72.
Can put him away.
How many match darts does he need?
32.
More than 1.
And you require 20. Game on the 4th there.
He's not going to win 4-0.
Vansky.
In fact, nobody has won 4-0 today.
$58.
When you have been 3-0 up and you're looking to win by 4 to something, you've got to remain
60.
Really alert. Take it from someone who knows that if you take your eye off the ball for about 5 minutes, you can lose.
99.
And Jimmy will revel in trying to turn this around.
180.
I'm trying to think of other sports where people can have such a great height difference
60.
and still knock 7 bells out of each other. Or possibly, if you think about it slightly differently, they could coexist. For instance,
60.
You might get 8 very tall, very strong rowers in a boat, and then you've got a cox at the front. So Connor would be the one at the
98.
front, and Jimmy would be in the boat rowing backwards.
Sounds like a nice afternoon out.
Not judging by the pain on the faces of some of the rowers in the Olympics, who had to go through hell just to get a medal.
Well, it would take an Olympic effort here from Vansky to turn this game around, and he's made the first step. He's now looking to take the second stride.
Considering the leg difference and how tight it is at the top, every leg that Jimmy can win from here
96.
is massive. Even if he doesn't get the win, just to erode the gap would be some feat. But he might not get the chance. Oh, that's incredible from Connor Scott.
Connor Scott.
He wins by 3 legs and now jumps to the top of the tree. Jimmy goes to 3rd. But the man who is top of the tree in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit and the Challenge Tour averages is now top of this tree. A great performance, and his average could have been higher, but he won't care one jot about that. His doubles were impressive as well, and Jimmy falls in match 11. So when we come back, it's gonna be us seeing Thomas Banks once again, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of resistance he shows now that he's got 4 players on 10 points. And he might even be just 4 points behind at the end of his game with Marvin van Velsen.
Next year,
when that decision needs to be made. He's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're in the midst of Champions Week, and we're in the midst of an intriguing race to see who is going to top Group A going into the final day's play. 4 players on 10 points. Connor Scott has actually jumped to the top of the table courtesy of a 4-1 win against Jimmy Vanschke, averaging in excess of 96 and finishing off with a 1-2-8 checkout. And so Marvin van Velsen once again has an opportunity to open up a 2-point gap at the top of the table. If he gets the better of Thomas Banks in this one, he'll have the ascendancy going into the final round of fixtures, where he faces Scott in the final fixture of the day. But Thomas has won each of his last 2. Is he going to make it free on the spin? Chris and Paul?
Game on.
Yeah, we'll find out. Banks is, well, giving himself a chance, isn't he?
100.
And yeah, we do think he'll have to keep winning all of his matches to get through. But also there are other things on offer. We haven't even mentioned that. He was pretty much looking condemned after 6 rounds of fixtures to definitely being in Group C. That may not be the case. It could be B.
57.
It could be better.
Well, Murph, I'm sure you've seen homes under the hammer before. Even houses that are condemned can be rejuvenated and turned into gems. A bad start for Banks. What it does make for is the most incredible story. Because if he gets a few things to go his way, and let's be fair, quite a lot has gone his way over the last 5 or 6 matches.
140.
If he can win this game and beat Neil Duff in game 14, he does have a chance tomorrow.
Marvin never quite 161.
But you do get the feeling he has to beat Marvin to stand any hope. And Marvin has only got 2 points.
93.
From a possible 6 today.
$63. Marvin never quite 68.
Banks is waiting just in case. There's So one dart. I'm not sure he was intending to leave tops, but he hits
Game shot
tops
on the first leg.
and takes the
Marvin
opening
van
leg.
Velsen.
When Marvin gets it right, he can make this game look really simple.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
But that word that Henry's just used, ascendancy, you can almost take any really great English word
75.
and try to describe what is needed or what's going on. And within 1 or 2 games, that word can be shredded. Things like
100.
momentum, ascendancy, transparency, form. It's all going out the window. Because one game, you've got Van Ski beating
55.
Marvin with a 97 average, defying 106. And then the next thing you know, he's losing to Scott 4-1, and the leg swing is another 6.
Yep, totally get what you mean. Reminds me of my high school sports day, 2001. Racing ahead in the 200 metres, the line's in sight, then I just fell flat on my face. But that's what can happen, isn't it? Everything can
99.
be ripped away in one moment.
That's sport. Got to keep your eye on the ball, of sorts.
140.
Or should we say, you've got to keep your eye on the bull.
Very good. I will pocket that and use it and pretend that I made it up myself.
121.
There you go. Oh, miss single.
127.
That's
I mean,
taking your eye off the
151.
16.
Well, Van Velsen managed to tee up tops here. He can't. So Banks can cancel out the early break, and the little trip
119.
might not be a
49.
flat face fall for him. May just be a stumble from which he can recover. And he has
Game shot on
recovered.
the second leg. Thomas Banks.
I don't know if you noticed there, Murph, but Bulldog Banks just did that little
Look at
step
Thomas
to the
to
left
throw
for a
first.
left-handed double, a la Connor Scott.
Maybe he's been watching in the practice room. He also had a good little
58.
glance at Marvin Van Velsen then. I don't know what that was about. We'll keep our eye on that. Van Velsen has been involved in a couple of feisty ones.
60.
Not this week, though. Haven't seen that side of him, have we?
I remember when Marvin was last here, and
60.
he was playing, I think it was on a Thursday afternoon, and I was just leaving the building, and we were trying to tee up what was happening in the next session, and I talked about Nathan Gervin,
100.
and I said, Nathan against Marvin? Ooh, that could be a bit feisty. And I bumped into Nathan, and he said, stop trying to cause trouble, you.
85.
And I said, no, I'm just telling everybody what it could possibly be like.
And then it was like that. You're absolutely right. He liked that.
180.
Yesterday, when Henry was in your chair, he said that the treble 20 got an absolute tonking.
100. Marvin, you reckon?
Same thing today.
161.
Yeah, it's been a super high standard. Van Velsen, remember, averaging astronomical numbers, 106 in defeat to Van Ski. Just a
89.
few games ago, he's back up around that 3-figure mark again. In fact, just under it, 99.93 at the moment.
126. Marvin, you reckon? 72.
All square in more ways than one. Are they still square?
48.
They are for now.
Thomas, you require 72.
Same number. Same route. Different result.
32.
Just doesn't seem to
Marvin,
have the
you require
weight on
24.
tops on a consistent basis, Banks.
Bit of animation. I think he's starting to realise, isn't he, that he's in it and that any mistake
shot
can
on
sort
the
of put him
third
out of
leg.
it.
Marvin Van
He's
Velsen.
handed the break straight back to Van Velsen.
Fourth leg, it's
At
Marvin
the end of
to
every
throw
leg,
first.
whether it's Marvin's
on.
throw or not, he is taking a sip of water. And that is a lesson to a lot of young dart players who like to rush back to the oche. Take a break. Take 10 seconds. And that's what you could do
180.
next. That's one of the things that the
38.
Modus Super Series is starting to teach people, because we have on 10-second break between legs. It's almost forced a lot of people who like to just turn around and start again to take that extra breather.
60.
I remember playing Yellow Class many times. He'd take the leg on my throw.
140.
He'd walk straight down the hockey, almost do a triple axel, get into position and throw another 3 darts in about 6 seconds. All in one foul swoop. But even he, with his
95.
very swift pace, he'd have to take that 10-second break.
And Velsen closing in here on a win that would see him
95.
return to the top of the table, and by virtue of points as well, which could be very important considering the leg difference that Connor Scott is starting to build up. Scott +8.
98.
Van Velsen +3. Van Ski also on 10 points +2. Tom Sykes has a lead. A tie for the lead with a minus leg
Marvin requires
difference.
68.
Not that again. Double 4.
Game
This
shot
game is
number
all
4
about Marvin now.
Marvin Van Velsen.
Well, just talking about something that almost happened in this series, we
Vegas
could have
tries to
had
take first.
someone win Group A with a minus leg difference. It didn't happen,
100.
but it could have.
By the way, we've now had more maximums than we had yesterday.
With a round to spare.
100.
Thomas Banks' uplift in performance has
98.
contributed to that, hasn't it?
We've had 11 completed matches, which is 22 different dart players, so it's 11 matches and 2 people
101.
per game. So 22 columns for 180 possibilities.
96.
There are only 2 instances today where someone has not got a maximum in a match. And that was Banks against Scott and Sykes against Duff.
140.
That is frightening.
Sykes won that match 4-1.
Showing that he's
93.
more than just
Marvin require
180s.
160.
160 is the number here for Marvin Van Velsen. Another in there to tee up tops. Oh,
Game
wonderful.
shot of the
Absolutely
match.
wonderful.
Marvin Van
As
Velsen.
magical Marvin Van Velsen produces a blockbuster finish to defeat Thomas Banks and to return to the top of the table. He's 2 points clear of the chasing pack, 3 of them on 10, but he has now got himself to a Dutch dozen, a 101.63 average, as the numbers continue to go through the roof here at the Super Series Champions Week on Tuesday. Van Velsen hoping to stay at the top. He will face Connor Scott in the final game of the day. Neil Duff will meet Thomas Banks in the penultimate encounter, but before that, it's Jimmy Van Ski against Tom Sykes.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're midway through day 2 of Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we have seen as we approach our final 3 matches of the day. And before the break, brilliant performance from Marvin van Velsen, average of in excess of 101 to beat Thomas Banks 4-1. Connor Scott also beating Van Schie by that scoreline. Sykes beating Duff 4-1 as well in the 4th round. This is what it does then in terms of the table. Marvin van Velsen returns to the top of it. He has a 2-point lead from Connor Scott, Jimmy Van Schie and Tom Sykes respectively. Van Velsen takes on Scott in the final game of the day. And the winner of this next clash between Van Schie and Sykes will also put themselves on to 12 points in the group. It's been a great day for Tom Sykes. If he wins this one, he'll be 4 from 5 on Tuesday. However, if Van Schie can win this one, he would have won 3 matches on each of the opening 2 days. Right, this was an absolute corker yesterday. What are we going to get here? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, indeed. This kind of was the match that really kick-started this Champions Week. Tom Sykes in that victory over Jimmy Van Schie at an average of about 95, and
first leg, it's Jimmy.
Both players have upped their levels today.
I
think probably every player in the group has upped their level today, but a victory here for either man would see them tied at the top of the table for now with Marvin van Velsen.
140.
And I think the loser of this game is going to leave the Live Lounge in Portsmouth today feeling like they've left something out there.
137.
Which makes this game feel like a bit of a final. Because if you think about the amount of success that Tom's had today, if he walks away with 6 points, it's not bad. But the kind of inroads he needed to make after only getting 2 wins yesterday, I think he'll have said to himself, I need to grab 4 wins at least. And the way things are being jostled around in this table, I think he's right.
96.
Well, if you're a fan of patterns, every match they've ever played at the Super Series, including this week and all their meetings in week 6 of Series 7, including the final that they contested famously on one of the best nights we've ever had, all of them have been 4-2 either way. So the first one 4-2 to Sykes, the next one 4-2 to Van Schie, and they've alternated
41
ever since in their 5 matches so far. It is the most common scoreline at the Super Series, 4-2. Every single game going that way. And ironically, if Tom Sykes were to win this one 4-2, then the head-to-head would also be 4-2.
He hit a 167 against Tom yesterday.
99. Tommy require 82.
Sykes had 10 darts at a double yesterday against Jimmy. And hit 4. That's all he wants in this game, is he wants to hit 4.
44.
All a bit scruffy, that one.
Requires 68.
And I do believe he's miscounted.
Yeah. He must have thought he had something else.
64.
56, and he went for an 18.
38.
He's going to split it, so the miscount has now cost him a dart. But he backed himself to correct it, and that's what he's done, to break in the opening leg.
We were talking about Super Series rivalries in 2024. Possibly Scott against Sykes. But that night that you were talking about, let's discount any Champions Night, because that is an occasion that stands alone.
140.
We get weekly finals every Saturday night. And some of them, you remember, some of them a little less so.
139.
But any regular Super Series watcher will always remember in Series 6 when Jimmy Van Schie got his first weekly title. That was a simply fluorescent night. 9-dart shootout. It had incredible performances from Jimmy Van Schie, who definitely brought his best darts towards the end of that week.
82.
But it's Sykes who's turned up here at the start. And from this 82,
62.
He only makes a very small error, but it could turn out to be a big one.
Jimmy, you require 48.
That's a great guide.
32.
And it turns out he
Tom,
can't
you
use
require
it.
20.
So let off for Tom, which he takes full advantage of.
Tom Sykes.
Well, it's going to be a very fruitful day for Tom Sykes if he does manage to convert this lead into a victory. It would be 4 wins out of 5 matches. That was enough
85.
for Marvin van Velsen to top the table after day 1. It's a fiercely contested group, Paul, so to get out with 4 wins is a really good return.
94.
Absolutely. I cannot foresee anybody getting 5 wins out of 5 tomorrow.
100.
It's just not going to happen. But if by some miracle somebody does, that may just be the one day that vaults them into Saturday. And it could be one of 4, 5, even 6 players.
125.
That does seem to be Jimmy's miss, that, doesn't it? Just dragging one into the 5 when he gets a little overexcited.
57.
You've got to stay in position for dart 3. There's no reason why dart 3 should be any different to darts 1 and 2. Stay in position, throw it, then go and get it.
64. Tom, you require 170.
Bit of fishing here from Sykesy.
So there's a new nickname for him. Sykesy.
97. Jimmy, you require 127.
127 to get in the game. 17 segments. A pair of 8s.
111. Tom, you
Close,
require
but it might be
73.
crucial.
He can only get 1 dart at a double.
53.
That's the second time in this game he's clipped the
requires 60.
underside of tops. The last time he did it, he got another look. Anybody calling for a miracle dart again?
No score. Tom,
Lightning
you
doesn't
require
strike
20.
twice, even though it was in a different place.
Game shot.
Good use of the guide.
Tom Sykes.
Tom Sykes, not only here is he looking to win this game,
Fourth
but he's
leg,
given his
it's
leg
Tom
difference a
to throw
huge
first.
boost and
Game on.
doing the leg difference of the Dutchman a lot of damage.
Yeah, Jimmy's leg difference has been completely whittled away by 2 England internationals.
134.
Scott did him 4-1, and now Sykes is looking to go 1 better.
59.
And that leads me to something, actually, because in the last 12 months, because it's been nearly a year since we first saw Tom,
180.
a lot's changed. He's gone from being someone that
100.
nobody knew to being a multiple-time Super Series winner, to being an England international, one of the leading
96.
lights of his county, to being a potential series champion.
140. Tommy require 91.
This could be it. Another ton-topping average.
Game
Another special
shot of the
performance. This
match.
time it's
Tom
Sykes who impresses. And it's been an impressive day for Tom Sykes. He seals it in style with a 4-0 win. And he makes it 4 wins from 5 matches on the middle day of Group A, putting himself firmly in contention to be at the top of it come the end of Wednesday. Look at those numbers from Sykes. 103.66. What a way to sign off a super day at the Super Series, hitting half of his double attempts in the process. Van Ski, well, he did have 8 opportunities at the outer ring, missed a lot, and he will be disappointed, even though he has picked up a couple of wins today. A couple of matches still coming your way as well. Neil Duff takes on Thomas Banks after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg, and dish out a heavy defeat. Seems what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
On the second leg, Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
On the second leg, Darius Labanowski.
Josh Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
on the fourth leg,
just like that. Only needs the one, and there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg,
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
on the second leg,
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by a man who's won 4 from 5 today, a man who's got very close to lifting this trophy in the past, Tom Sykes. Tom, many congratulations on today. Improved day in terms of result. How do you feel the performances were as well?
Pretty much the same. I felt like yesterday I scored really well, but my doubles weren't great. A couple of times today I missed a lot of darts at doubles and lost legs that I probably shouldn't have lost, but I got there in the end and I've won 4 out of 5, so I can't grumble at that.
When you left the venue yesterday, what was the thought process? Because okay, you won 4 points, but you must have thought, if I can keep up the performances, there's going to be a bit of joy here this week.
Yeah, the performances weren't bad. I just got beat by really good players. The group of players that we've got here are unbelievable. They're all PDC standard players, Challenge Tour winners, you know, so. And I've got to keep up my standard to keep up with them, and I have today.
The fact that you've been here before, you've been to a Champions Week before, does that help set you as well? Because there's nothing that conveys you this time. You've been there, you've seen it, you've done it before.
Yeah, it helps, obviously. There's a few here that haven't been to these before, but it's just another week of darts, isn't it? Everybody plays in here all the time, and you've still got to perform when you can, so.
Going into tomorrow, you have won a Group A here at a Champions Week before the last time you played at a Champions Week. Going into tomorrow, what do you think the target's going to have to be? I know it's a bit difficult because you've got a couple more games to go today in terms of what you may need to do to win this group.
I'd say same again. 5 out of 5, 4 and 1 maybe will get you through. But I've got an hard task tomorrow because of my leg difference, but I'm confident that I'm playing really well, and if the doubles go in, then who knows?
I do have to ask, because last time we saw you at Champions Week, we saw you get to the jackpot match. Does that give you that extra little bit of determination this time? The fact you got so close, you know that it was within touching distance before?
Yeah, but like I say, there's some world-class players in here with me, so I've still got to do my job every day to get through to that Saturday night. There's still a long way to go yet.
been a good year or so, hasn't it, for yourself? Since we saw you here, you won that belt. We've seen you win a couple of weeks. Just describe that journey over the last year or so.
Yeah, it's been mental. I spent more time here than I have at home, to be fair. But I've loved every second of it, and long may it continue. And
finally, have you settled on a nickname yet?
No. I mean, you gave me one last time, the Castleford Tiger, and that seems to have stuck. But that looks like that's what there's going to be. But I ain't got one on the back of my shirt yet. No.
Maybe we'll change if you win on Saturday night.
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, Tom, many congratulations today. We shall see you tomorrow. A couple more matches to go for us. Kicks off with Thomas Banks up against Neil Duff, and in commentary it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, great to hear from Tom Sykes there. And if he's been here more than he's been at home, then how will Neil Duff be feeling in 3 weeks' time? Because he's going to be playing here consistently for the next 3 weeks. Hoping to start with a Champions Week win, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch up to the standard of the likes of Sykes, who's been excellent today, well spoken. Maybe the Castleford Tiger may catch on.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
But he's still got to finish a job on Wednesday. Thomas Banks, probably by seeing Sykes and Van Velsen already gets 12 points, is turning his attentions now to a bid for Group B. And Neil Duff might find himself in a similar position tomorrow if he is to lose this game.
60.
Think about the quality that we've had over the last couple of days. 3 of these players are going to be in Group C. Yes, you heard right.
100.
Group C that has been somewhat seen as the worst standard group
60.
over the last couple of years, maybe even before that. Group C has stood up in this series and said, don't forget about us. Because half
140.
of the champions of this series have come from Group C. Which is why it might have something to say about
92.
this week as well. But what a great day for Tom. Well spoken. And the one thing I took from that interview with Henry, more than anything else, is that he knows the job is nowhere
60.
near finished. And that's why he wasn't getting carried away. There, everybody, is a future pro.
57.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if we didn't see Sykes trouble the Pro Tour at some point in the future. Whether it be this year, next, maybe the one after, but he's going to be there at some point.
49.
Will he have his name immortalised in this building before then?
100. Now we require 92.
Fair to say this fixture yesterday was at the time where people were still finding their feet.
52. Thomas, you require 132.
But this is a way to find yourself into the match immediately. Bullseye.
107. Now we
Gave it a
require
good go.
40.
But the Bulldog couldn't find the bull. Duff targeting tops. 1 dart remaining.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Win the opening leg.
I hate to use the nickname of Banks, but
Second leg, it's Thomas
what
to
Neil's
throw
done
first.
today,
Game on.
only yielding 2 points, it's been very dogged. Because he's been hit
44.
hard by some people playing their best stuff. But if he can still walk away with 4 points, alongside Jimmy Van Ski, alongside Banks, and alongside either Scott or
59.
Marvin Van Velsen, it's still a pretty productive day, and he's still in the mix.
41.
Do you know what? I think just the Tiger would work fine for Tom Sykes. I'd remove the location out of it.
What about just Tiger? He might have a bit of a marketing thing going on with Woods, but
100.
Oh, that'd be a good name for someone who was named Woods, wouldn't it? Yeah, they're quite obvious nicknames, aren't they? Those
81.
types of animals of prey. We've got a bulldog here.
there's plenty of dogs in darts.
60.
Terriers, like Peter Jakes.
Got one joining us in the comms box later in the week.
180.
The bulldog here, proving that he can bite as well as bark.
Shane Burgess, also a bulldog.
95. Thomas, you require 155.
We've got a lot of snakes in darts as well. Cobras and all sorts of other reptiles.
Well, Neil Duff needs to be a lion here.
$78. Thomas, you
It's a good recovery. Just in case there's a slip up here.
25.
Which
Now
you
we
would
require
categorise that
109.
as at this level. Even though that wasn't his worst start at tops today. And that will feel right now like one of Neil's worst first starts he's thrown today because the shot was off.
77.
And he's had to give that
Thomas,
look
require
too many
40.
times today. It's kind of summarised the way things have gone for Duff.
Game shot on the second leg.
Banks
Thomas Banks.
takes advantage, levels the game. A much happier day for him today.
Nobody gets a shot at double
The leg is
10 more
nailed
than
to
Thomas
throw
Banks in
first.
this group. For two reasons. One, he will try and leave it a lot on purpose. And he's getting shots at it because he keeps
97.
missing tops.
$177.
Lovely switch to kick off leg 3 perfectly.
We have seen a 9-darter this year.
44.
Offer 177. That was me trying to line it up, but
43.
that didn't work.
Yeah, speak it into existence. I've got a feeling we might get one this week, you know.
I'd like to think that we're going to get one on Saturday for the first time.
I'd love it. And we can't allow you to come in if you haven't already got tickets on Saturday, unfortunately. But do make
45.
sure you are watching from 7:30 here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. However, next week, it is Double Trouble Week.
58.
Tickets are available for that and other events, including the Influencer Showdown that's happening the day after that. All available via dartshop.tv. You can also come along to any week from the next series as well.
140.
Tickets just a couple of quid.
Yeah, Double Trouble Night is really good fun.
59.
And next week is littered with people who have won stacks across the globe. And you get up so close and personal to those players. You could even
81.
exchange a few
Thomas
words
Banks,
with the Duff man.
164.
He was actually here last Saturday. Paid his £2. Came in.
40. Now we require 94.
Shows a bit of integrity, that. Didn't even ask for a ticket. Double 10. Not found this
74.
time.
Thomas, you require 124.
Double 10 is not needed by Banks. It's the bull.
99.
Not
Now you
again.
require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
So Duff ahead in the penultimate game
Well,
of
there against Thomas to
day
throw first.
2
Game.
of the Series 8 Champions Week. Day 2 of 6.
Have you ever looked at the hockey position of Duff?
85.
It's fascinating. Look how far left he is. And he throws with the hand actually going on the inside. It's a very side-on action.
85.
I think if you were looking at his eye dominance and his hockey position, your initial reaction to it is that it's all wrong. But feel-wise,
41.
it works for him.
Well, he's also on the lean, isn't he? If you look at him from the board's position there. Look, where's he throwing from?
That's directly behind the dartboard, that camera. That is on a right angle
40.
to the treble 20. So you can see the entire board if you're standing behind him.
Yeah, it's
130.
very unorthodox, something that's rarely noticed. You watch him walk to the board, he's leaning over to one side, and you watch from behind, and as Paul said, you can see that double 11, that double 8.
Do you know who used to do the exact opposite of that?
100.
Wes Newton. He used to lean to the other side. He would stand on the right-hand side and lean even further right.
94.
And then he would literally take money out of my wallet throughout my career. But he is celebrating his birthday today, so I'm not going to say anything mean about Wes.
100.
Also,
So
happy
much
birthday to Lisa
151.
Ashton, a regular here at the Super Series.
65.
In great form lately as well.
Very much so.
136.
Good leave from Duff,
Damage
putting the
required,
pressure on
86.
Banks here. 54. Now either 54 or just 18 for the ball.
55. Now we require 40.
3 times he's gone for the bullseye in this match and missed it every time. It might not cost him this time.
Thomas, you require 31.
Now, does he go 11 double 10? It doesn't work this time.
11. Now you require 10. Game shot on the
So
full
Duff,
flag.
2
Neil
up,
Duff.
1 away from getting a second victory of the
Fifth
day.
flag, it's Neil to throw first.
And you've got to
Game
say that if Duff completes the job, even though Thomas has improved exponentially today,
100.
Group C is calling his name. And there are players in that
44.
group who do not suit his style at all. Derek Coulson, methodical. Jim Long,
83.
maybe not as methodical. Paul Hogan, I think he'll be okay with his pace. He's slightly swifter.
58.
But I think there's a lot of people, and we haven't even spoken about Steve West this week because alongside Neil Duff, they're
60.
looking for history this week. West will be in Group B with Adam Paxton and Richard Eric Rowlands
95.
come 10 o'clock Thursday night. It's West and Duff who are the most seasoned winners coming into this Champions Week.
98.
Neither of them have won a series.
I wonder how those players who are coming in later in the week will be feeling, having watched the
140.
standard we've seen in Group A so far.
160.
I think a few of them might have got the feet off the footrest and toddled on over to the practice board.
78.
I think sticking in the extra half an hour here, half an hour there might be a wise play. What would be wise for
92.
Duff
Now we require
is to get rid of this and wait for Wednesday.
Well, it's 2 tops. Another.
62.
Not quite.
Thomas, you require 72.
And it strikes again. That has got to be fixed.
20.
Possibly tomorrow.
Well, will Neil Duff be in contention tomorrow? A win here, and he does get himself to 10 points. That's only 2 off the lead. For now,
shot out
Duff
the match.
is in the mix.
Neil Duff.
Seals Thomas Banks' fate. Realistically, out of it and hoping maybe for a big run to Group B, but even that's going to be difficult now for Banks. Duff has not had his greatest day's darts at the Super Series ever. Just a couple of wins to his name, but enough to take his points tally to 10 and be 2 off the league leaders Tom Sykes and Marvin van Velsen. And 2 could become 3 if Connor Scutt can beat Van Velsen in the final match of the day. That's coming next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the mat. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where the final game of the day is about to get underway. And it's a massive match between Connor Scott and Marvin Van Velsen. For Van Velsen, he can stretch away a lead going into Wednesday's proceedings. However, a win for Connor Scott, well, he'll keep everything fair overnight going into the final day's play. And this time, around about 24 hours, we will know the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday evening, who will have a 1 in 6 chance of picking up the £25,000 jackpot. Could this be a big game in determining who picks up the spoils and picks up the bragging rights in Group A? Let's find out.
Throw first. Game on.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. And whoever wins this match, you would have to say, would be the person in pole position, because they will be top of the table, even though Connor Scott, by winning it, would only tie on points with Sykes and Van Velsen. He would have a superior leg difference. If Van Velsen wins it, then he'll have a lead. And maybe more importantly than the lead over Tom Sykes in second place could be the 4-point gap that would create between himself and Connor Scott in third.
Absolutely right. And considering everything that's happened today, we have to look at the momentum that these players have coming into this last match of Tuesday. Scott beat Jimmy Van Ski in game 11. Averaged 96. Had a 1-2-8 to finish the match. That was good. But in the following match, Marvin found his best performance, in my view, in this group. It was a bulldozing performance against Banks, with a 160 checkout in there as well. So I think they're meeting at exactly the right time.
100.
Yeah, could be a huge game. Tomorrow everything will intensify, everything will feel so important, but I think the big matches have started already. And a big finish could kickstart this one. Treble 19. Leaves Scott shooting for the ball.
96.
But not finding it.
Marvin, you require 143.
As far as difficulty is concerned, this is way more difficult than a 1-2-7.
119. Connie required 31.
Both on small numbers. One is to break. The shift left. He decides not to go back to the right-hand side of the hockey. I'm surprised. He chose to stay in rhythm. Can Marvin protect?
Game shot on the first leg. Marvin Van
We're not
Velsen.
seeing that adrenaline-fueled version of Marvin every single game.
Connor to throw first.
And I talk about energy management at this place all the time.
140.
More so than any week. This is where you're going to have to manage that energy as best you can. Because if you go full throttle for the first couple of days, you might leave yourself with nothing come Wednesday.
Van Velsen going full throttle on the treble fives.
96.
The opening visit there.
Now, this is something he's trying to minimise in his game. He's got a little bit of a layoff in his throw, but it is better than it was about a year ago.
57.
Everyone has their miss, don't they? Whether it be a 1 like that for Connor Scott or for the couple of Dutch players in this group.
39.
The 5. I think mine, when I'm going for treble 20, is more like double 12.
If you think about some of the famous throws throughout the years, Sid Waddell categorised Wayne Mardle's throw as having lateral drift. That was because Wayne had a bit of a layoff in his throw. Weirdly, now that Wayne doesn't play competitively anymore, he's got a better throw than he had before. I think even he said that live on broadcast. But same thing here with Marvin. When the dart comes back, his tendency is for the dart to go further away from his face. That's called a layoff.
$51.
Well, it makes some sense. 17 off 125's 108. You've seen players go for the 17s on that shot. When he's hit the single 17, he's then on 91, so he can just tee up tops.
140.
Yeah, don't try and beat Connor Scott at the maths. He will beat you. Open bed.
And I even think there's some thought in that. Exactly what you said, because he is going to leave an open bed. Whereas had he gone for the treble 14, he would have put one in the 20, blocked part of the tops, and maybe not hit it.
Absolutely right. And that is becoming a really hot topic at the minute. Dart players of Connor's level, they'd much rather have an open bed than something like double top with a dart in the way. I blame Darryl Gurney.
Yeah, although he's changed tact and started throwing the flatty now. But it shows that people whose darts stand up, they do think about 60 is an horrible finish.
Yeah, it's not nice.
$140.
Two good numbers. There is that drag again. And it's happened way too many times in this match. And notice there that Connor wasn't too fussed about hitting that 1. Because he's got to get a small number at some point. Might as well get it out the way. And now he's still on a 2-darter.
Life is a drag at the moment for Marvin Van Velsen. Too many drifters, too many wayward ones. And that's super straight and spectacular by Scott, who produces yet another 11-darter. Had a fistful of those today. And leads to one with a break to boot. Is Scott making his move here at the end of Tuesday?
57.
Scott's range is manageable today. When he's been slightly off his game,
58.
You're looking at something like a mid-80s average. But when he gets it right, he's making 100 plus look mundane. Coincidentally, there was a game today where he averaged 96 against Jimmy Van Ski, and for the vast portion of that, he was near 110.
100.
Big gap, big gulf between this pair. They won't be if Scott wins anything between them in terms of points in the table.
Again, I'm impressed, because the moment he hits the 5 segment there, he thinks, right, I need a 9 from somewhere.
180.
And he's left to finish, and Marvin hasn't.
Yeah, and it's through lack of thought early in the leg there, because he went off 58 and then scored 100.
58 is not a good trebleless visit for 2 reasons. One, you haven't got a treble. And secondly, an 8 at the end of that shot leaves a 3.
74.
May still win the leg, but relying on Connor Scott not taking this out, and that's not a good thing to rely on. Double 5.
69.
But he has got away with it here, Van Velsen.
38.
The 180 from nowhere, put him back in the picture. Then the 125 set up the double 19, but now there's no margin for error.
He's got to attack it from the right-hand side.
You just got to smash through them, basically.
Yeah, give it some juice.
No score.
Well, 5 in bits for Connor Scott after Van Velsen's opportunity was barricaded out. Oh,
no score.
That is wild, wide.
Marvin, you require 38.
And woeful.
Different player.
6.
Same result. But Connor goes back to 5. This is not simple. But he can get past it. He went for the top right corner and finds it. 3-1 Scott. Is he going to be top of the table at Marvin's expense after game 30 of the group?
Now we're going to see the table keep changing hands, or is this Scott
30
putting himself at the front of the race, wearing the yellow jersey and disappearing into the distance tomorrow?
I'm already thinking about doing some homework tonight ahead of tomorrow, because how many times has Marvin hit the 5 in this game? I have not kept count, but it must be close to 15 already.
100.
Yeah, it's not something you would keep count of until it becomes an obvious problem. But it is worth looking back at, and certainly for him. And why in this game? Is it 91. Fatigue? Is it pressure?
Yet again, if you're going to watch somebody
58.
with their board management this week, it's got to be Scott. Again, he goes to the 17s as a switch as opposed to the 19s. It's just the right thing to do.
And people talk about it in darts, this ability to count earlier in a leg to give yourself the best chance of leaving finishers as a marginal advantage. I think it's a huge advantage.
180.
This time the maximum does leave a finish. Speaking of finishes, Bull. That would have been the ideal way to finish the day.
Marvin, you require
Well, Van Velsen's got one option and one option only. Take it out or lose. And he's not going to take it out.
97. Connie require 34.
Well, we end the day on the rarest double. He started on our double start week with double 17. Does he end day 2 of Champions Week by hitting it? He does. Success for Scott at the Super Series. A super dart to win what was a fantastic display from Connor Scott, the sniper. Did miss a few doubles in there, but he also had some magical setup shots, some superb scoring, and that's a victory that takes him to the top of the table. He ties on points with Marvin Van Velsen, but he has a better leg difference and will go into the final day of Group A as the league leader. And Henry and Paul will dissect all of today's action, and we'll hear from Connor Scott after this break, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where day 2 of Champions Week is complete, and it's going to be a tight race to the line as far as Group A is concerned. The asset Paul Nicholson has been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we've seen. A real improvement in standard in comparison to day 1. We've seen a plethora of ton plus averages. We've seen players lose with averages in excess of 106 in the case of Marvin van Velsen today. It's been a ton plus checkout marathon. Pretty much anything that you could have wanted from a day of darts, we got from a day of darts today.
Yeah, I think the improvement from Monday to Tuesday, that's what today's all been about. Thomas Banks with no points yesterday, got a couple of wins today. Fair play to him for causing havoc for most players involved. But people were stepping up. Tom Sykes stepped up. Connor Scott stepped up at the right times. Marvin losing with 106 average, he'll probably be spinning from that, but other players as well. And even Neil Duff, who has not played anywhere near his best today, still picked up 2 wins.
Well, perhaps the key game of the day was the one we've just seen, Connor Scott getting the better of Marvin van Velsen. The sniper is downstairs with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, Connor, we'll start with that last game against Marvin van Velsen, because it was huge, really, wasn't it? You're now tied on the same points as him at the top of the table.
Yeah, I knew it was a big one. I knew I had to get a decent leg difference. I let a leg slip, which I didn't want to do. I did want to have that 4-0, but these things happen. I'm happy to win at the end of the day.
How would you sum up your performances overall the last couple of days?
They've been fairly consistent. I think for the last 2 days, I'm averaging probably mid-90s-ish. I mean, I think I've only had 2 averages in the 80s, maybe 3 at a push. But I'm playing okay. I don't know what the average in that last one was, but I was disappointed not to have 100 or more average today, to be fair.
You've been racking up the legs. You're in the lead on leg difference. How important is it for you to get this Group A won?
Oh, it's massively important because I don't want to stay here for longer than I have to. I quite enjoy my family time, so it'd be nice if I could go home Wednesday after the session is finished. Don't get me wrong, I'm staying somewhere a little bit different this time, so it's nice having people around me and that, but I do enjoy my home time, my family time, so it'd be nice to go home and be able to practice on my board at home on Thursday, Friday, rather than for Group B or C.
Do you feel that you've kind of made your move there with your performances today, particularly that win over Marvin, and you can now go and get it done tomorrow?
I wouldn't say I particularly made a move. Like when I played Sykes, I've done a few things differently in my game against Marvin. Like against Sykes, I had 70 left. I went 18-12, missed tops by a long way because I floated the dart. Against Marvin, if you picked up from watching, I left my arm hanging just to make sure I followed through properly on each time, sort of thing. And I think that was a difference in that one there compared to against Sykes, even though it was the same sort of pressure, because obviously Marvin can play the game.
Paul Nicholson has been constantly praising your counting ability from 3 darts in, 6 darts in, 38 to leave double 16 earlier in the day and things like that. How much of an advantage do you think it gives you that you've got that sort of advanced thinking when it comes to the maths?
I mean, the 190 I went for it's only an advantage if the person behind you is watching. Like the 38 is, by right, it's the wrong shot unless you give it a little bit of welly and you're sort of going for a double 19, but if you hit a single, it's not the end of the world. But 158 after 190 obviously leaves 32. If the person behind you is watching, they're like, he's just hit a double to leave a double, like they're going to think about it. But my counting's always been the same. It's become a natural part of my game now. It's just one of those things, and it helps in some ways. Like I said last time I was here, it hinders in others. So if I do miss a shot and I don't leave myself what I want to, then it can ruin a leg for me, and I'll start struggling and feel like I'm not playing as well. If I can't leave a finish after 9, so the first 3, then the next 3. So if I can't leave a finish after 6 sort of darts, or like hit a 180 to leave something, or 140 to leave something, then I know I've made a mistake in that leg. So it's a double-edged sword. If you do it properly, it's good. If you mess up a little bit, it can play on your mind.
Well, it's good to watch. You've been good to watch. Well done today, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Chris. See you tomorrow.
And we'll see you tomorrow as well. Such a lot to pack out of that interview. I'll begin with the last point he made about his thinking, that actually he finds it an advantage. He likes to think about the options. And actually, he said it's only an advantage if the opponent watches in the background. What do you make of that?
I don't agree with that at all. I think what he does with his creativity, it's good for his offense. And I know that's a somewhat Americanized way of saying it, but if you think about a quarterback, they're not thinking about defense, are they, on the NFL field? What Connor is doing is thinking about things intelligently to finish the leg in as few visits as possible and to give himself the best opportunity of doing so. So I think he's cutting himself short a little bit there by saying it only is affected if the opponent sees it. I don't believe that at all. I think what he does is incredibly smart. He should give himself a lot of credit for the way he plays the game, because it's got people like me thinking about the way that I play the game, and everybody else should take note because he is way ahead of a lot of people.
If we were to play devil's advocate, though, is there a danger at times of overthinking?
Connor thinks about the game probably when he's asleep, when he's just waking up, having his morning shower and morning coffee, but he lives and breathes this game, and he does things that we don't even think of, like leaving 32 from 190, using double 19. I've never even thought about doing that before. Now it's something I will possibly think about, but I think because of the way he thinks about the game, that's why he is where he is. So we have to give him credit for what he's doing at this point in time. He is arguably the best player in the world right now without tour privileges. He's still playing tour darts because he's top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He's top of Group A, so thinking has got him here as well as execution.
And yes, Paul Nicholson has broken the best player without a tour card glass. Let's talk about the day, though, in general for Connor. How overall would you assess it?
He wasn't the player of the day, but he is top of the tree, and that's all you need to be at this point in time. He did a lot of good things at the right times, especially that 1-2-8. That was a huge finish, just to get rid of Jimmy Van Skee at that point before any sort of fight back was coming his way. So he's done the right amount of stuff to get to the top of the tree. So people are going to be chasing him, but there are people who can possibly usurp him over the next 5 rounds of play.
Before we move on, I just want to pick up what you said at the beginning of that interview about the fact that actually one of his determinations of winning Group A is to spend time back home with family. He lives about an hour away, of course, newly married as well. Does those external factors, and how key can those external factors be? And actually, can that give you an extra bit of determination?
Yes. I mean, there have been other players who have brought family and friends with them here, and they set their stall out. They're going to be here all week. But when you've got a lone wolf like Connor, he doesn't tend to travel a lot with other members of his entourage, his team, his family. He comes here, he comes to work, but don't detract away from the fact that he uses spending time with other people as motivation. In this kind of scenario, because he only lives an hour away up the A3 motorway, I believe it is, I think the motivation for him is, I can prepare just as well at home as I can if I was here. So I think he's got the right mindset.
Elsewhere, Marvin Van Velsen and Tom Sykes are actually now completely tied. You cannot separate them on any kind of metric. Let's begin with Marvin first, because he topped the table overnight going into today. He lost that game against Jimmy Van Skee with 106 average. Will he feel like he played to a similar level today, but maybe didn't get the rewards compared to yesterday?
Yeah, I think that's fair. We haven't got the exact numbers to compare Monday and Tuesday, but there was a lot of good stuff going on for Marvin, particularly that 160 checker. That was thunderous. That went in with a bit of extra cymbal if he was a drum kit. But yeah, I think the one thing he's got to be wary of going into Wednesday, that drift into the 5 segment was just way too evident when it came to the last match. So fix that overnight or minimize it overnight, and he will definitely be a part of the battle for the top spot.
Well, it's a dead heat for second place, but down the bottom, Thomas Banks had a much improved day compared to yesterday. How much testament do we have to give to his character? Because at such a tender age, a day like yesterday, things could have transpired badly, but a lot of credit has to go the way that he's recovered today.
Yeah, there's no doubt in his talent, but sometimes you've got to be put in a difficult situation to figure out what's going on between the ears. And at the minute, he's approached Tuesday the right way. He came in, he lost immediately, and someone who would have less maturity than him would strop around this place, maybe start complaining to the other players and finding excuses. Thomas isn't like that. He'll just say, give me another game and I will do my best. And then he won 2 games in a row and he looked a completely different animal. So when it comes to maybe this being a 5-horse race for the top spot, we've got one person at the bottom who could cause chaos for everybody.
The Bulldog Banks looking to be the spoiler. This is how the table looks going into the final day of Group A. Connor Scott, Marvin Van Velsen and Tom Sykes all on 12 points. As you can see, dead heat between Van Velsen and Sykes. Neil Duff on 10 points. Will he feel like him and Jimmy opportunity missed today?
Maybe a little bit, but it's still in their hands, isn't it? Because they can go out, they can win 5 matches, and they can get the right results to vault themselves towards the top. You've just got to be in it to get a chance. They're still very much in it, and after what has been a sensational day of darts, myself and Chris Murphy and you, we have already said off the air, we just can't wait for Wednesday. Champions Week is not disappointing.
In terms of the daily average, 91.5, it feels like a week that's brimming up. What are we expecting tomorrow? Because, again, you get that other side of it, because for a lot of players, this is their first time at Champions League. For somebody like Marvin Van Velsen, this is a massive occasion. Is there a possibility that the excellence today could be matched up with a few nerves tomorrow, because they know that this is one step closer for one?
Yeah, I think we had, was it 88 yesterday? Yeah. We've got a 91.5 today, so a really good increase of 3.5 points. But if I was to throw a number out there right now, I would say that we'll go back to about 87.5 tomorrow, because I think there'll be a few nervy outshot darts. I think there won't be as much freedom in the scoring stakes, and particularly in the last couple of rounds, which I'm sure we're going to need to see who wins this group.
In terms of the dynamic of the players as well, Connor Scott, top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, Marvin Van Velsen, this is a new experience, but he's played on the European Tour before. Then you look at Tom Sykes, a player that's done it. How key could that experience be going into tomorrow?
I think it was key at the end of today. If you think about the European Tour, it is knockout darts, and Marvin only played 2 games in Rosmarlin earlier this year. That's 2 matches. He's already played 10 here this week, and this is his first Champions Week. So now we look towards the experienced Champions Week combatants, like Sykes, like Van Schie, and of course, in Neil Duff, and we'll look at Steve West a little bit later in the week. But we expect them to perform better because they've done it before. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win the group, though.
Been good fun today.
Better than that. I've had an absolute blast watching the darts. I'm sure everybody else has, but the best part's yet to come.
Yes, we'll do it again tomorrow. Thank you for your company today. Thank you for your company at home. We're back tomorrow morning, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel to see who the first player through to Champions Night is going to be and who's going to get the first chance to play for that trophy on Saturday evening. Well, it is the sniper that leads the way, but there's plenty looking to shoot him down. Bye from us.